Order, order. We start with questions to the Secretary of State for the Home Department. Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
Number one, sir.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the right honourable gentleman may know, data on immigration status and crime was not recorded under the last government. We have a new programme which will improve data collection, and we have strong local relationships with police and local authorities to ensure that the full force of the law will apply to anyone breaking our laws.
Sir Edward.
The Home Secretary knows perfectly well how much it worries and infuriates people that people can enter this country illegally and commit crimes, and there's no proper vetting procedure before they're unloosed on society. So will she do this to try and reassure our own citizens? Will she ensure that everybody who enters this country illegally is detained, they are fully vetted, most of them, their asylum claims are bogus anyway, perhaps deal with their asylum claims while they're in detention and then deport them and protect our own people?
Well, I of course recognise the public concern around criminality, and that's why, of course, this government is working closely with all of our partners to not just improve data collection, but to have a risk-based approach so that we can manage those individuals who pose the highest risk on our immigration estate. If I may gently say to him, his suggestions for how we deal with those who seek to come to our country illegally, primarily through channel crossings, would have had more force if his government had succeeded in stopping those boats, as they often claimed that they would do so and utterly failed to do so. This government is using a number of approaches to try to get to grips with illegal migration, and will be bringing forward further changes to the House in due course.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The way to deal with any asylum seeker or indeed any migrant who commits a crime is to remove them from the country, which is why it's good to see that removals of foreign national offenders have gone up 40% from what was left under the last government. But actually the way you deal with crime in communities is by reinvigorating neighbourhood policing and supporting our police. So does the Home Secretary agree with me that that is two areas where this Home Office is clearing up the mess left behind by the previous government?
My honourable friend is right, as one of many areas in which we are cleaning up the multiple messes left by the previous Conservative government. He is right to note that the removal of foreign national offenders has hugely increased under this government and will continue to do so. And removals from this country are at nearly 60,000 removals since we have been in office, and they will continue to rise.
Shadow Home Secretary Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met Siobhan White, the mother of Rhiannon. Rhiannon was brutally murdered by Sudanese illegal immigrant Den Majek, who stabbed Rhiannon 23 times. Majek arrived by small boat in late July 2024. And as the Home Secretary will know, small boat crossings since the election have gone up by 45%. Now, Majek would have been among the first eligible for removal to Rwanda. So Siobhan wants me to ask the Home Secretary this. Why did the government cancel the Rwanda scheme just before it was due to start? Because if Majek had been removed to Rwanda, Rhiannon would still be alive today.
Let me say, first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, that the murder of Rhiannon White was an abhorrent, horrifying crime, and our thoughts, and I know that of all of the House, are with her loved ones. The vile criminal responsible for her murder is behind bars where he belongs, and he has rightly received the strictest punishment of a life sentence. I don't wish to play politics with personal tragedy and government policy, but he will know, as we have discussed across this dispatch box on a number of occasions, the Rwanda policy was a gimmick, hundreds of millions of pounds spent with only 4 removals made from this country, his government knew that they were running into problems with that scheme already. This government has focused on measures that we believe will deal with the problems we're facing. It is taking some time, but they are the right measures, and they will get to grips with the problem that he left behind.
Michelle Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 2.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has an ambitious programme to reform and improve how child exploitation is tackled. We are introducing a new offence of child criminal exploitation, establishing the independent inquiry into grooming gangs and the national policing operation, and expanding programmes to improve support to child victims of exploitation and trafficking.
Speaker, in the UK, a child is reported missing every 3 minutes. These children are often the most vulnerable in society, as going missing can be a key warning sign of exploitation. Despite the clear connection, the term child criminal exploitation is not included in the Department for Education's statutory guidance on missing children from 2014. Given the Home Office also holds responsibility for protecting missing children, does the Minister agree with me that departments must work together to urgently update this guidance so relevant safeguarding partners can understand the risks, spot the signs and work together effectively to keep children safe?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I absolutely agree. The Home Office is working closely with other departments to ensure that there is a joined-up response when someone goes missing, through child protection reforms, updating key multi-agency safeguarding guidance, and the better use of technology, like our investment in the Tackling Organised Exploitation programme.
Gavin Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the government's plans to regionalise police forces and the potential scrapping of Staffordshire Constabulary, there's many people who are involved in the care of young people who are particularly vulnerable that fears that these moves will mean that there'll be less of a focus on protecting young children, as less senior police officers will be involved in working with local authorities to make sure those children are cared for. What actions will the Minister take to make sure that that doesn't happen?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman, and I think he raises a really key and important point about how the reforms that will be brought forward will have safeguarding absolutely rooted at its heart. And I work frequently with the Children's Minister, for example, to make sure that whatever local multi-agency hubs are set up are actually fit for now and the future. But I give him my absolute assurance that I will take what he has said in good faith and make sure that that is the case.
Shadow Minister Alicia Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Online cowards such as Andrew Tate make money by radicalising boys into viewing women as prey, and Louis Theroux's documentary Manosphere has laid this bare once again. Meanwhile, we have religious preachers encouraging men to beat and rape their wives if they refuse to give them sex at their bequest. So will the Home Secretary issue statutory guidance requiring police forces to use existing incitement legislation to prosecute those who incite sexual violence against women and girls? And will she share what difference this could make? Because the reality is we have the laws, but they're not being used in creative ways to crack down on those who use their voices in this way.
I thank the Honourable Lady and feel equally disgusted by the examples that she has laid out. The Violence Against Women and Girls strategy makes very, very clear that tackling online misogyny, that the government will look across both regulation, legislation and education to do everything that is necessary to protect both the girls and boys in our country.
Robin Swan.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
This government is committed to building a strong and integrated society where people can express their religious identity without fear of harassment. Guidance is set out by the College of Policing through their professional practice guidance, but the Home Secretary has also commissioned Lord Ken MacDonald to undertake an independent review of public order and hate crime legislation, which will consider whether police powers strike the right balance between protecting the public and upholding the right to lawful protest. And we look forward to his recommendations soon.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by condemning the attack on the ambulances from the Hatzola Community Ambulance Service over the weekend? Mr. Speaker, a core tenet of our system and belief is that of a free civil and religious liberty for all. So would the Minister agree with me that we all have a role to play in upholding that core British tenet?
Can I join him in condemning the attack that we've seen? And he's absolutely right. Our British values of diversity, of tolerance, of freedom, of religious belief are one of our country's greatest strengths, and we all have a role to play to make sure we uphold them everywhere we can.
Will Stone.
Question number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Sarah.
My honourable friend asked for the timetable on the independent review of public order and hate crime legislation, and he will know that this has been ongoing for some time since the Heaton Park attack, which happened in October 2025, and we are hoping to receive the final report by the end of May.
Will Stone.
I thank the Minister for the response. This review is incredibly important in protecting people's rights to protest and ensuring our communities are safe. Can she give me her word that she is going to do everything within her power to make sure it does come out by the end of May? Thank you.
I can assure my honourable friend that Lord MacDonald is working independently, but he has assured us that it will come before the end of May, and of course we will then respond before the summer recess. It's very important, yes.
It's not standing, then. No, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for that answer? Minister, I led a deputation to Kurdistan some time ago, about 5 weeks ago. I was very impressed in Kurdistan by what government was doing in relation to public order and hate crime legislation in particular. There's many things in Kurdistan that I think that maybe we here in the United Kingdom could take on board and have that as our core values as well. Could I ask the Ministers, maybe outside the remit of the Honourable Lady, but just to say, if they do something good somewhere else, I think we should look at it. Would she do that same thing for me? Thank you.
Of course, we're always very happy to learn from countries where good things are happening and we can learn those lessons, so very happy to do that.
Shabana Mahmood.
Number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We value that the contribution rural businesses make and our immigration system takes account of their needs. Immigration is not a sustainable solution to the challenges facing our rural economies, and we are committed to controlling migration across the whole of the UK.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sheep shearing may not be on the Home Secretary's bucket list, but in another U-turn following pressure from NFU Scotland, the government apparently listened to the farming industry and agreed to a sheep shearing visa extension for 1 year. The Home Secretary is looking a little sheepish in her place there, so in order to avoid being accused of woolly thinking, if she cannot commit to a longer-term extension for the farming sector, will she then transfer powers to the Scottish Parliament so that farmers, fishers, the hospitality and care sectors can deal with their acute labour shortages?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that was a close shave for really poor humour. The sector has been supported for 14 years to enable them to train up UK workers, reduce their reliance on migration labour and provide a sustained workforce within the United Kingdom. We have extended the immigration concession for sheep shearers to cover this shearing season, but after this final extension, we expect the sector to complete its transition to using domestic labour.
Dr. Arson.
Question number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, just before I give my answer, I would want to pay my respects to PC Bradley Cork, who sadly lost his life yesterday in the line of duty. My thoughts, and I'm sure those of the whole House, are with his family and his friends. On the matter of police efficiency, Mr. Speaker, we must seize the opportunity to transform policing through technology. Through the creation of a national police service, we will invest £115 million in AI and automation, saving 6 million policing hours every year.
Live facial recognition technology is being deployed across the country to support the police in preventing and detecting crime. While I recognise the importance of improving police efficiency, we have also seen a number of wrongful arrests linked to the use of live facial recognition systems, and only last week one police force paused use of facial recognition due to racial bias. In light of this, can the Secretary of State reassure the House that deployment, oversight and auditing of facial recognition technologies are subject to robust and transparent safeguards, and state when the facial recognition framework will be published?
Well, I can give that reassurance to my honourable friend. Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely clear that police forces must comply with data protection, human rights, equality and other relevant laws. This means that the police can use live facial recognition only for targeted, intelligence-led, time-bound deployments to locate specific individuals on a watch list, such as wanted offenders or people who may pose a risk of serious harm. My honourable friend knows that we have consulted on a legal framework on how and when law enforcement should use biometrics and facial recognition. The consultation is closed. We're going through the responses now, and we will bring forward proposals to this House in due course.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Police efficiency is the argument being used to call for or propose the merger of Lancashire and Cumbria police forces, something which I strongly oppose. Lancashire, a wonderful county, and indeed a county with many urban centres with a much larger population. I wonder if she would agree with me there's a real risk to the people of Cumbria of seeing the art police officers being drawn down to those larger, more populous places in Lancashire, and that it would be wise to call off the merger.
Well, let me say to the Honourable Gentleman, firstly, there are no planned mergers. There is an independent review by Lord Hogan Howe that will advise the government on the right number of regional forces as part of our plans to change policing so that we have a national police service, regional forces and then local police areas able to police their local communities as well. So those are the proposals that we've announced. Lord Hogan Howe is doing his review. When it reports, I'm sure we'll be able to have a debate on what he proposes for regional forces. But I would reassure him, local police areas will be a key part of these reforms as they are rolled out, and it will deal with exactly the problems that he has raised.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
We are giving the police the powers they need to bear down on shop theft, including making it a specific offence to assault retail workers and ending the effective immunity for shop thefts under £200. And we are fighting the organised gangs that often drive these crimes. Our £5 million investment in a specialist intelligence-led policing cell is bringing more criminals to justice.
Robin Moore. Mr. Speaker, Colin Appleyard Motors in Keighley was recently the victim of a ram raid in Keighley, which involved a vehicle being used to smash the entrance before a gang of 7 individuals entered the business and stole 9 off-road bikes worth approximately £80,000. So can the Minister tell me what the government is doing to work with local police forces like West Yorkshire Police to identify, to shut down these mafia-style criminal gangs that are causing significant harm, distress and suffering for local businesses across Keighley and our wider area?
Can I assure the honourable gentleman that this government is completely focused on fighting crime. In his area in West Yorkshire, there are 100 additional officers that will be in place by the end of March that will help us with our drive in terms of tackling crime. But as I said, our £5 million investment in the specialist intelligence-led policing unit will help us join the dots in terms of the serious organised criminals who are often driving a lot of this crime and bear down on it.
Lever.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met with USDO, the shop workers union. They informed me of the increased levels of violence, abuse and intimidation in the shop, the shops, in the retail industry itself. You know, that includes violence, spitting in people's faces, these horrible, horrible crimes. Can my honourable friend say what measures the government are taking to protect these mainly low-paid workers, you know, in the workplace?
My honourable friend is completely right, and that is why we have made sure we are introducing a specific offence of assault on retail workers, something the previous government was asked to do repeatedly and failed, and that will send a message to anybody who may consider such crimes that it is not acceptable and that action will be taken. We are also working very closely with the retail community, all of the big organisations and retailers, to target action on those prolific offenders, because all of us in our community, sometimes we know who these people are who are repeat offenders. How can we really target the prolific offenders? And we've seen through the Summer of Action last year, for example, real results where we are bearing down, and the my honourable friend will be pleased to know that charges for shop theft, which often come with assaults alongside, rose by 21% last year.
Jim Dixon.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll group this question with question 20. We are ensuring neighbourhood officers are focused on tackling issues like antisocial behaviour which can blight our communities. Through our neighbourhood policing guarantee, every neighbourhood now has a named contactable officer dedicated to tackling crime and ASB in their local area. They will respond to neighbourhood queries within 72 hours. Every force in England and Wales also has a dedicated antisocial behaviour lead and will be publishing local antisocial behaviour action plans in April.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say that I'm very grateful to the Minister for her reply, but also for meeting with me and others at the end of last year to discuss the troubling and growing trend of the use of catapults to target wildlife and people in Dartford and across Kent. And I really appreciate the work she's doing to organise a round table to take place soon, where wildlife groups, farming representatives, the police and others can meet to discuss how we can take action to reverse the dangerous and illegal use of catapults. Could the Minister confirm whether, if after the round table the evidence supports it, she will consider adding catapults to the list of offensive weapons, which will enable the police to act promptly and effectively to disarm those using catapults to harm people and wildlife whilst protecting legitimate uses?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his campaigning on this issue and for drawing attention to something that is very significant in parts of the country, seems to be on the rise, both in terms of its impact on wildlife but also on people. So I'm very pleased to have the roundtable, and I'm grateful to him for the advice he's given as we put that together. And of course, where the evidence is there, we will look to see what we can do, whether that's legislative change, whether that's more resources in terms of policing or any other measures, because this crime is unacceptable, and we are very keen to work with him on finding solutions.
Very Kelly Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Residents in Langley Moor, Belmont, Eschwinen, North Road, Pittinee and the Sunderland Road estate are seeing growing levels of antisocial behaviour, from yobs on e-bikes, intimidation of shop workers, public disorder and arson in parks and woodlands. Antisocial behaviour is getting out of hand. My constituents don't feel safe, and despite the efforts of our PCC, Durham constabulary officer levels still remain lower than 2010 due to an outdated funding formula used by previous governments. So will the Minister reassure my constituents that this is a government investing in policing with a plan to tackle antisocial behaviour, because at present they're not seeing it?
Can I thank my honourable friend for the question? As someone who used to live in Pittinee, I know what a wonderful area it is. And I say live, I was at university there, lived in Pittinee, as did Mo Molam when she was at university. But she's absolutely right to draw attention to the fact that these low-level antisocial behaviour, low-level as it's called, actually impact on our communities in a way that is deeply damaging, and this government is taking that very seriously. Of course, there are the additional officers that she will see, 26, I think, in her area by the end of this month. And of course, we are bringing forward legislation, things like respect orders, more powers to tackle theft, public disorder, shop theft, all of these things. But I will work with her to make sure we get the results that she and her community deserve.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Antisocial behaviour in social housing in my community is creating a living nightmare for some council and social housing tenants. So does the Minister agree with me that if we have prolific offenders, antisocial behaviour coming from these council houses, that the tenants should be asked to leave, they should be kicked out and never given a social housing again?
I think probably every member in this House has had cases where antisocial behaviour is ruining lives, and it feels like the right action is not taken. And I think in many cases, in my case certainly with the local authority having been hollowed out in terms of resources, the enforcement and the antisocial behaviour teams are often one of the first to go. So he's absolutely right. People have to adhere by the agreement that they sign when they have that, when they get that tenancy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I first of all join the House in condemning the attacks last night on the 4 ambulances? In my constituency of Birmingham, Perry Bar, antisocial crime is on the rise. Yet since 2010, West Midlands Police has 520 less officers to tackle it. And now, thanks to the government leaving a funding shortfall of £41 million, residents must either pay more council tax to fill the gap or lose another 80 police officers. Labour promised more police officers on our street, and now they are pedalling backwards on their word. Why should the people of Birmingham, who have seen their council tax rise by 24% over 3 years, be squeezed even more to keep what little police presence they have?
Good question.
By the end of this month, there will be 3,000 extra officers across our communities in our neighbourhoods, and by the end of Parliament, 13,000. There is £2 billion extra in the last 2 budgets that have gone into policing, including over £700 million extra this year that our police forces can use. That's a 4.5% cash increase, a 2.3% real terms increase. We will invest, but we will also reform, because the problem with policing has been it has been unproductive, and we need to make sure our officers are not behind desks like they were under the last government, in our neighbourhoods fighting crime.
Number
9, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you. Sadly, as technology becomes entwined in our day-to-day lives, we recognise that threat tech-enabled harm poses, and that is why the VOG strategy sets out how we are seeking to tackle it. I'm pleased to say that from the 1st of April, measures under the Protection from Sex-Based Harassment in Public Act 2023 will come into force, making it an offence to film where the intent is to cause harassment, alarm or distress because of the victim's sex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Secretly filmed videos of women on nights out have been viewed more than 3 billion times over the last 3 years. And these videos are often accompanied by vile, degrading comments. These videos have real victims. They sit in a legal grey area between voyeurism and harassment, meaning that there's very little the police can currently do. Can she discuss this legal grey area with me and possibly look at strengthening the law?
Yeah. I thank the Honourable Lady, and I'm more than happy to discuss it with her. I spent this morning actually with in the Department for Science and Technology with the Violence Against Women and Girls sector and Ofcom to look at some of these gaps that she is absolutely identified, and we will do whatever we can, but absolutely that where it is harassment and it is in the public realm, it should be covered by the public sex-based harassment law, but I'm more than happy to meet with her.
Fred Thomas.
Number 10, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Oh, may as well. Economic abuse can have devastating impacts on victims, even after the relationship ends. The VOG strategy included an ambitious commitment to tackle economic abuse, and it was considered as a cross-cutting theme in the HMT's financial inclusion strategy. Since 2022, we have funded surviving economic abuse to the tune of £767,000 to strengthen financial systems, raise awareness and support victims.
Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Abusive ex-partners often continue their abuse by withholding funds from children and former partners, deliberately causing financial hardship. This has a huge impact on survivors, forcing them into contact with the perpetrator and enabling their abuser to continue to influence their lives. In Plymouth, I've got a constituent who left an abusive relationship but is now owed £48,000 in child maintenance payments. Despite court orders and liability orders being in place, the money continues not to be paid. And sadly, this is not a rare case limited to Plymouth. I know from speaking to my honourable friend, the member for Monmouthshire, just earlier, that this is a national problem. So how is the Home Office working with the DWP and other agencies to close enforcement gaps and tackle financial abuse effectively?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and it will not be unusual to hear of such cases, and that is why the Department for Work and Pensions sits on the Interministerial Group of Violence Against Women and Girls, and the VOG strategy commits to removing the direct pay service, which enables the child maintenance service to manage and transfer payments, preventing the CMS system from being used as a tool of abuse, which has in the past had fatal consequences.
John Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following on from the previous question, financial abuse between couples sadly does not always end at separation, and many women struggle to access child maintenance safely. So is the Home Office working with DWP colleagues to strengthen income assessments, such as by using HMRC data, and to remove the 2% collect and pay surcharge, so survivors can secure child support without direct contact with their abuser?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and as I said in answer to my previous question, the Department for Work and Pensions is an absolutely fundamental and core part of the interministerial group that works on the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, because the financial tools, not just through mortgages and other assets that people have and use in cases of domestic abuse and coercive control, is absolutely vital that we make sure our benefits system and the state systems that we use with regard to children especially are not used as a tool for abusers.
Question 11, Mr. Speaker. We have set an ambitious but essential target to halve knife crime in a decade, and we are already seeing results. Since the start of this Parliament, knife crime has fallen by 8% and knife homicides are down 27% at their lowest level in a decade. But we must and will go further. We are working on the final plans for our cross-government plan to halve knife crime, which we will publish soon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Child criminal exploitation is a significant driver of knife crime in the UK. around 15,500 children were identified to be at risk or involved in exploitation at the year ending March 2025. Children are often coerced by gangs into carrying weapons for protection, storing drugs and trafficking illegal goods, often being criminalised themselves rather than treated as victims. What work is the Home Office doing to target the organised criminality behind CCE, and what structures are in place to support children and families in vulnerable situations?
Can I thank my honourable friend for that question? We are, of course, introducing legislation to bring in a new offence of child criminal exploitation. Our County Lines programme works extensively, not just to tackle the criminals and to shut down the lines, but also to safeguard young people. And since July 2024, over 4,000 safeguarding referrals have been made, so that while we're catching the criminals, we are also protecting the children.
Shabana Mahmood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Knife crime and drugs are destroying too many lives in our country. Stop and search is the best tool we have to take these off our streets. Does the Minister agree the only people who should have anything to fear from stop and search are the criminals? And if so, why won't she adopt our proposal to allow the police to act on a single suspicion indicator so that we can treble stop and search and take weapons and drugs off our streets?
The honourable gentleman thought that the way to tackle crime was to recruit more officers and put them behind desks, so I'm not going to take any lessons from him. Stop and search, as we all know, stop and search is a very powerful and important tool in tackling crime, and nobody would disagree with that. And it is part of a range of interventions where we can tackle knife crime. Knife-enabled robbery, for example, has plummeted in the areas where we have focused our resources since the election. We must use all the tools in our armoury, and stop and search, of course, is one of them.
Martin.
Question number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government remains grateful for the generosity shown to the Ukrainians who sought sanctuary here. The recent 24-month extension of the UPE scheme demonstrates our intent to ensure people have stability through the Ukraine schemes. The government has always been clear that this bespoke offer of sanctuary is temporary and in line with the wishes of the Ukrainian government. That position has not changed. We are, however, monitoring developments in Ukraine and intend to update the House on long-term plans later this year.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the Minister will listen carefully to this question because he used to live in Tunbridge Wells. So Elena is a Ukrainian woman who works in our local hospital. She hasn't been able to advance her career because she's not able to study because of her visa restrictions. Now, I know that the government doesn't want to give Ukrainians permanent settlement. They've made that very clear. But will the Minister at least divine a pathway by which they can give visa security to the Ukrainians so that they can get mortgages, they can get jobs and they can study? Because those are the three things at the moment that they're really restricted in being able to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I assure the honourable gentleman that I am listening and that these concerns I do take seriously. I assure you that the UP scheme does provide continuing access to work, to benefits and to services once they provide that proof of immigration status using the share code. Long-term plans on this cohort, who are a bespoke cohort that we have been clear is temporary, will be laid out later this year.
Davidson.
Question number 13, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I'll group this question with question 16. The Home Office published quarterly statistics show that on the 30th of December 2025, there are 103,426 individuals in asylum accommodation, compared with 108,085 on the 30th of September 2025 and 96,642 on the 30th of June 2024. Of course, this time series is not a like-for-like comparison, but for reference, colleagues will be interested to know that in the final September under the previous government, there were more than 119,000 asylum seekers in accommodation, so the comparable figure from September 2025 is well down on that level.
Mr. Speaker, so the numbers published by the Home Office show around a 7% rise in the numbers in asylum and dispersal accommodation. And my Hillingdon constituents would know, because we have the highest numbers of asylum seekers per capita of any local authority area in the country. In particular, this is putting huge pressure on the supply of temporary accommodation. And my local Conservative council argues that it should put the needs of long-standing local residents for housing ahead
of those newly arrived as asylum seekers. Does the Minister agree?
Well, I suspect the Honourable Gentleman would say this too, but I wish the previous government had used their time to actually build some houses. That's at the root of our housing crisis. But it is doubtlessly true that the estate is running hot, which is why he will be pleased to hear of those figures falling September on September. And I'll say to him that future publication of data, without running ahead of that, is likely to show that that trend is one that's continuing. I think one we would all support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since Labour came into power, the number of people in asylum accommodation, whether that is hotels or now into dispersal accommodation, is up by over 6,000 people. Now, with figures like this, no resident in South Northamptonshire believes that this government is tackling this issue, especially with the continued operation of the migrant hotel in my constituency. So with the warmer weather coming and the better weather with that, the boat crossings will obviously continue to increase. So what is the government going to do differently to tackle this and stop the boats as they promised?
Well, the Honourable Lady will know that in the asylum policy statement we set out the most significant reforms to the asylum system. Certainly in my lifetime we've already introduced the reduced protection period. We're making quicker decisions, better decisions than ever before. We've increased removals, 30% increase on our predecessors. Those together are decreasing those numbers. As I say, that September on September number, with perhaps future good news to come.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I begin by thanking the Minister for the work that he is doing to close asylum hotels, including the Crew Arms Hotel in my constituency? And can I encourage him to go further still to close the Royal Hotel in my constituency? But will he also join with me in reminding the members opposite that it was under a Tory government, prominent members of which now sit with the turquoise Tories over there, that the concept of asylum hotels was invented, and who presided over the opening up of the business model for small boats crossings in the first place?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman's right, and Reform wants to say that they're a new voice in politics, but they look very similar to the old voice, if you ask me. But the important thing that his constituents will know is that the government, the opposition, when in government, the Tories opposite, they were the ones that opened those hotels, and Labour will be the ones that closed them.
Matt Pickers, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 30th of June 24, there were 96,642 in asylum accommodation. The latest figures show there are more than 103,000. So despite the creative interpretation, the number is up, not down. There's a distinct lack of gang smashing going on. Crossings are up 45%, and the government's new border commander has already given up and quit. When will the government accept their approach is making things significantly worse?
I would gently say to the Honourable Gentleman, I think creativity is pointing at different dates in the calendar of a profile that he knows has seasonal elements to it, and trying to compare them as like for like. He knows that doesn't work. But in terms of, he's very kind in giving him the opportunity to say that with regards to tackling organised immigration crime, that work is at its record level, a 37% increase under this government with 5,000 disruptions. That's the serious work. They'll throw rocks from the sideline, but that's what they do, isn't it?
Wilkinson, Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary's authoritarian tendencies often please the Reform Party and the Tories, but some in her own party are apparently less happy with that approach to immigration and asylum. The changes to ILR in particular risk busting efforts at social cohesion while harming public services and the economy and creating unworkable bureaucracy in the Home Office. Now, Liberal Democrats have expressed concerns about these proposals, and many on her own backbenches are now reportedly very unhappy. So does the Home Secretary really feel comfortable that she might be reliant on support from the Honourable Member for Clacton and the Tories to force through her flagship project?
Well, I'm slightly concerned if the Honourable Gentleman thinks that people who've come as part of economic migration schemes are in some way in the asylum population. Those two, of course, are very significantly different things. Nevertheless, we have made significant proposals in this space, including increasing the main basis time to settlement to 10 years with the ability to earn down based on working, not committing crimes, learning the English language. I think all very sensible changes. We, of course, had a consultation that closed only last month, had more than 200,000 responses to it, and we're looking at them very closely.
Sean Barrett.
14, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have, of course, discussed the introduction of visa breaks across government, including the impact on the Chevening scholars. The Chevening continues to attract and support exceptional future leaders across the globe and will continue to do so. Restoring order and control to our system is a top priority. Through the visa break, we are acting quickly and decisively to address high numbers and proportions of visa-linked asylum claims. By the year end September 25, asylum applications from students from Afghanistan, Cameroon, Myanmar and Sudan had risen to over 470% of their 2021 level.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Including prestigious Chevening scholarships in the government's clampdown on certain study visas is devastating for those who have been shortlisted, including students set to join our world-leading programmes at Sussex University. It raises questions about the value government puts on nurturing talent, particularly for women from Afghanistan, from whom I've seen heartbreaking accounts of having their applications terminated. So will the Minister and Home Secretary urgently revisit this decision?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've laid out the concerns and the reasons for this break. And Afghanistan, for example, has seen 93% of those coming over as students claiming an asylum. The Green Party may well want open borders. That's not what we stand for. We stand for control, we stand for order, but at the same time compassion, which is exactly why we're looking at safe and legal routes whilst working to control the borders.
Votes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 15, please.
Minister.
We are delivering the cross-government Freedom from Violence and Abuse strategy published in December, which sets out concrete actions to halve VOG in a decade through preventing violence and abuse, pursuing perpetrators and supporting victims. As part of this, we have already launched our behaviour change campaign, rolled out domestic abuse protection orders and embedded domestic abuse specialists in police control rooms under an Eames law.
Survivors in Monmouthshire tell me that economic abuse did not only feature in the course of their relationship, it has stopped them rebuilding their lives long after they have left. For some, the separation compromised their business. Others faced continued control through child maintenance disputes. So can the Minister please tell us what measurable outcomes have been set within the VOG strategy to tackle economic abuse, and how that progress will be reported on to this House and elsewhere?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and what I committed to in the launch of the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy was to annually update the House on progress across a number of different metrics, both the overarching and those that sit within different government departments who, I have to say, are having to take responsibility for this, some of them for the first time, but specifically working with the financial sector and regulators. The strategy talks about exploring how financial products, including joint mortgages, can be used as a tool of abuse. So we will be working with departments like the Treasury to look at exactly how we can monitor progress against all of our aims, and I will report on that annually.
Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of my constituents suffered such coercive violence that her partner was able to force her to allow him back into the home. She couldn't tell anyone, and he continued to assault her daily. She reported this behaviour to the police, but they did very little. The partner is now in prison for under 5 years, and authorities are concerned that he will target her again when he is released. What is the Minister doing to ensure women are properly protected against coercive violence and justice is carried out against ex-partners to end this awful cycle of violence?
I thank the honourable gentleman and send all my sympathy to his constituent, who sounds like she's had a terrible ordeal. So one of, just off the top of my head, one of the measures that the government has rolled out is the domestic abuse protection orders, which have the power of arrest if breached, and also are for the first domestic abuse order that includes coercive and controlling behaviour as a thing that those orders can be taken out, and the evidence so far of the police responses to those orders compared to other orders has been really, really heartening, and we will be rolling those out across the country.
To Toppleton's, Mary Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to address the terrible scenes in Golders Green last night, where 4 Jewish community ambulances were set on fire. Mercifully, no one was hurt, And for that, we owe our thanks to the police and fire services who responded with speed and professionalism. An investigation is underway. We know the Metropolitan Police are treating this as an anti-Semitic hate crime and have stepped up their support to Jewish communities across London. That the attack was directed at Hatzola, a community ambulance service, an institution devoted to saving lives, illustrates how warped those behind this attack are. I am pleased that the Health Secretary is providing replacement ambulances, but clearly justice is required. There have as yet been no arrests, but the perpetrators must be in no doubt. We will pursue them and make them face the consequences of this wicked crime. I urge anyone with information to contact the police, who have the full support of my department. This incident comes at a time of soaring anti-Semitism in our country, and today my message to our Jewish community is clear. We stand with you, we will do everything in our power to protect you, and we will fight relentlessly to rid our society of anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate Maya's Law campaigners, particularly Maya's great aunts, Gemma and Rachel, for their passion and tenacity in lobbying MPs to support their campaign to improve child protection laws in the UK. Does the Minister agree with me that it's unforgivable that someone who's supposed to look after a child could end up hurting them instead? And will they ensure that the debate my honourable friend from Bladen and Concert has secured on Maya's Law receives full support from the Government?
Thank you. Well, the circumstances that she outlines are obviously horrifying, and it is abhorrent for anyone entrusted with the care of a child to cause harm to them. Can I assure her the Government will absolutely be engaging fully and constructively with the debate that she mentions?
Shadow Home Secretary Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have come here directly from Golders Green, where I have just visited the scene of the appalling attack on the Hatzola ambulance service, and I strongly urge the Home Secretary to visit as well. I thank the police, fire service and Hatzola volunteers for their response in the early hours of this morning. The Jewish community I spoke to this morning in Golders Green feel under attack. So what more can the Home Secretary say about the government's plans to protect the Jewish community, including potentially using CT-style surveillance powers to identify and disrupt anti-Semitic attacks before they occur? Does the Home Secretary agree that calls on our streets at marches for jihad and intifada are calls for violence which fuel anti-Semitism? And does she agree they should no longer be allowed? And finally, will she ensure that all anti-Semites and extremists who are not British citizens get deported?
I thank the Shadow Home Secretary for his questions. Let me just assure him and, most importantly, the community, not just in Golders Green, but the whole of the British Jewish community. This government takes very seriously the rise in anti-Semitism that we've seen across our country. We are approaching this with a whole-of-government response. My colleagues in health, in education and in the communities and local government department are all taking forward the government's social cohesion action plan and taking specific measures to tackle anti-Semitic hate crimes. There must be zero tolerance, and I know that across this House there is unanimity by all members that there must be zero tolerance of anti-Semitism. He already knows that we have an independent review on public order and hate crime legislation. We will bring forward more proposals in due course, but we will never tolerate anti-Semitism in our country.
Criswell.
Well, I'll be pursuing these questions with the Security Minister in the statement later. Mr. Speaker, media reports suggest the Home Secretary is under pressure from the former Deputy Prime Minister on her ILR policy. So will the Home Secretary tell the House who is running the government's immigration policy now? Is it her or is it the former Deputy Prime Minister? Will the Home Secretary confirm to the House now?
Order. I'm just going to say to both front benches, these are topicals. There are members on both sides. I gave a lot of leeway in the first question. This one, you've already asked one question. Now you come in with another question. It's not acceptable to either side of the House that I'm trying to look after. Please, one question in topicals, not the big statements. We've got a statement on the whole of the subject. It's a very important issue. I am very concerned. But I've got to get back benches. It is unfair for both front benches to take the time. Home Secretary.
Mr. Speaker. I've almost forgotten the question that the honourable gentleman had, but the assertion that he makes at the heart of what he just said is absolute rubbish. He knows that the government has already said that we are going to be consulting on the changes that we wish to make, and I will bring forward those proposals in due course.
Well, very kind. Last week I visited Estonia with the Education Committee to learn about their early years education and heard about how even nursery-age children are taught to spot fake news. What conversations has my honourable friend had with colleagues across government about creating a whole-of-society approach to mis- and disinformation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right to raise this because mis- and disinformation seeks to undermine our institutions and divide our communities. The Defending Democracy Task Force is addressing these threats through a whole-of-society approach, and we are also working closely with partners to hold platforms accountable for harmful content under the Online Safety Act.
Wilkinson, Liberal Democrats, post first.
Mr. Speaker, the agreement to fund French police activities to prevent small boats leaving the French coast is about to run out. This risks the resumption of higher numbers of small boat crossings, placing lives at risk and undermining efforts to bring control to the asylum system in this country. With many in her own party crying out for the government to speed up reintegration with the EU and public opinion on the failures of Brexit now clear, will the Home Secretary go to Cabinet colleagues and advise them that it would be easier to fix the asylum system if we had a much closer relationship with Europe?
Well, the honourable gentleman knows we work very closely with our European counterparts, particularly and especially France as our nearest neighbours. He mentions the important work we do together, which of course has prevented 40,000 crossings since we took office. We want that work to continue. We are having those conversations with France at the moment. You wouldn't expect me to, I think, negotiate from this dispatch box.
In Lavery.
Mr. Speaker, Northumbria Police have announced that they're to close the custody suite in Bedlington in my constituency. That means anybody arrested in South East Northumberland will have to travel to the city of Newcastle for the custody suite. That'll ultimately mean frontline policing being reduced in an already stretched community of Blythe and Ashen. Will the Minister agree to meet with me to discuss this unacceptable situation?
And without stepping on the operational independence of his local police force, I'm very happy to have a meeting with him and talk about this. I take a keen interest in custody suites, and with arrests up 5% under this Labour government in the last year, we need to make sure we're running this properly.
Peter Porch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the recent London elections, Sadiq Khan made a manifesto pledge not to close Bromley's 24-hour police counter. So obviously, Bromley's 24-hour police counter is now closed. Does the Minister think that the closure of this vital service is good for my constituents or good for community safety?
I think Boris Johnson closed a lot more front counters than Sadiq Khan has, but that's a different issue. Look, we are putting more funding into frontline policing. We want police on our streets, in our neighbourhoods, not behind desks like they were under the previous government. That's where the public want to see them.
Jo Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what urgent steps she is taking to tackle antisocial behaviour in town centres such as Hucknall, where we have some persistent disorder, including a recent racist attack on a chef shop owner? These are impacting on community safety and confidence, and residents expect a visible police presence.
Of course, as well as increasing the number of police on our streets and in our neighbourhoods, we are introducing respect orders to tackle antisocial behaviour. We are seeing shop theft charges going up in our town centres. We're having targeted approach with our policing to really tackle our town centres and take antisocial behaviour very seriously. And we will continue to work to make sure we are making our streets safer, which they are becoming, and they will be more so when we have 13,000 additional officers on our street.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, residents in Devon want to see visible community policing. The New Towns Task Force recommended a new settlement called Malcolm in East Devon. When new towns are built, how are additional police officers allocated to the area, please?
So, of course, we are ensuring that each police force has the support that it needs in terms of additional funding, and then rolling out our target for 13,000 extra additional police. He asked an interesting question about new towns and making sure that we've got policing in that. We are also reviewing the police funding formula, which, as everyone in this place knows, is outdated. So all of these things together, we will ensure his community is supported.
Live on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's commitment to community sponsorship of refugees coming here under proposed new safe and legal routes. We've got several good examples of this in my constituency. What steps has she taken in line with the recent Asylum policy statement to allow more communities like mine to sponsor refugees and support the government's safe and legal routes programme?
Well, my honourable friend knows that we have announced 3 specific types of safe and legal routes for students, for workers and also a community sponsorship scheme. The student scheme will go live later this year with the first applicants arriving autumn of next year. And we are designing the community sponsorship route with community organisations and international partners as well. I'm sure he'll be wanting to make representations for what his community might want to contribute to the new routes. But the design is underway and they will be rolled out in due course.
Stafford.
Given the ongoing national security concerns, including risk of foreign interference in elections, will the Home Secretary set out what her department is doing to ensure that individuals convicted of terrorism offences are prevented from standing for elective office in the UK?
As the honourable gentleman knows, these are matters that we take very seriously and are addressing through the work of the Defending Democracy Task Force.
Speaker, I am currently supporting a constituent who, after leaving her abuser, was locked out of her home, left with thousands of pounds of arrears run up in her name and denied access to her own bank account. Does the Minister agree that post-separation abuse is too often overlooked and still not recognised widely enough, and what steps is she taking to better protect victims?
Minister.
I thank the honourable lady and I absolutely agree with her. The Violence Against Women and Girls strategy will really focus on the specific issues of ensuring that we have that services such as the police get it right about post-separation coercive and controlling behaviour.
Sarah Dyke.
Speaker, criminal gangs are targeting isolated farm and woodland, dumping lorry loads of illegal waste, posing serious environmental risks. The Environment Agency reports that offenders are saving thousands of pounds in disposal costs, whilst landowners face the financial responsibility of clearing the site. So will the Minister support the National Crime Agency in preventing and effectively prosecuting serious and organised rural waste crime?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right. This rural waste crime is completely unacceptable, often driven by larger, serious organised criminal gangs, and we are absolutely determined to bear down on it, yes.
Graham Stringer.
The Secretary has been commendably robust in her response to anti-Semitism and attacks on Jewish institutions, particularly since the 2 members of the congregation at the Heaton Park synagogue were killed. After that attack, the MacDonald report, or the MacDonald inquiry, was set up to look into hate crime and public order. I think for the first time this afternoon we have heard that that's not going to report till May, when it was promised for February this year. Can she speed it up, please?
Yes, it is an independent review and I'm in constant discussion with Lord MacDonald. He has requested a short extension in order to deal with the matters comprehensively, and I think it is right that the independent review has the time it needs, but it will be brought forward very soon.
John Lannon.
Speaker, it's been reported that under the SNP, Police Scotland has written off 25,000 crimes without investigation, including shoplifting, theft and vandalism. So does the Minister agree with me that this is a surrender to criminals, leaves people wondering why they report crimes in the first place, and shows that life in Scotland is a soft touch to criminals under the SNP?
And I can reassure the honourable gentleman that England and Wales policing, which I'm responsible for, will get the support it needs and bear down on criminals in exactly the way it should.
Jed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I meet regularly with lead stakeholders in my constituency who work passionately to keep children safe and to reduce knife crime. Can the government say what work they are doing, working with grassroots organisations to support them in their work to prevent knife crime?
This government funds violence reduction units, and our police and crime commissioners, where we don't have them, also make sure we are funding a raft of organisations who know what's happening on the ground, know what the interventions are, know how he can drag children out of crime and into making better choices. I see that in my constituency. I know she sees it in hers, and those community leaders really are the bedrock, and we must support them as much as we can.
Sarah Poachin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Home Secretary comfortable with the reality
that as a woman she could not stand and pray alongside the Mayor of London at last week's event in Trafalgar Square?
I will always be a very proud British Muslim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend Northumbria Police for overseeing a huge and safe policing operation at the Newcastle-Sunderland match over the weekend, one of the many matches every season that British policing successfully polices. But given these officers are taken from normal day jobs in response and neighbourhood and so forth, would she agree with me it's time to think about the Premier League contributing more than the 20% they currently do towards those costs so that we can put that money back into policing?
Yes, and we are looking at this as we speak and making sure we strike the right balance. But it is absolutely the case that at the moment there is a huge cost to policing for football matches and indeed other events more widely that are not covered, and we don't have that support, and we think it's right that we look at this.
Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small boat returns run around 6% of the total numbers arriving here, but the Home Secretary denies this is anything to do with the ECHR. So if not the ECHR, which part of the government's flawed policy is responsible for this feeble rate?
Well, the honourable gentleman will have heard me say that removals under this government have now reached 60,000, 31% up on our predecessors. So I can't agree to an argument that says that we're not removing people at pace and at scale. Those, with regards to the routes by which people come, it generally tends to be which country they come from and how likely they are to have their claim accepted.
Rachel Bass.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent was just 13 months when she came to this country. As a teenager, she was taken into care. She was then groomed and exploited into county lines and now is serving time in prison. Why is this government deporting her when she has only known this country? And would they instead look at giving her proper rehabilitation and getting her life back on track?
Well, the Secretary of State has a strict legal liability to remove anybody who gets a sentence of a year or more, and indeed from today a suspended sentence of a year or more. But nevertheless, the honourable member has raised a very important case, and if she sends the details, I'll look at it closely.
Stephen Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is making top-up payments to asylum support enhancement cards, but has refused to answer my written parliamentary questions regarding how many payments and how much is being spent, even though this is information the department must have. It's held digitally, and the accounting officer under Chapter 3 of Managing Public Money has a duty to demonstrate these payments constitute value for money. So can the Home Secretary say why she's covering this information up?
Well, if the honourable gentleman checks the record, he'll see that I answer an awful lot of questions from colleagues on a daily basis, and I seek to give the fullest available information so we can have the best and most based in fact debate possible on what is a very contentious issue. I'll have to look more closely at the element that he raises, but he will also know from his time in government that cost and person time is a factor in what we can and can't pull together and release.
Final question, Pete Wishaw.
Much, Mr. Speaker. In the past few weeks, the Home Secretary has announced a whole swathe of new restrictive asylum and immigration policies, which are, as we know over the weekend, are at best contentious. When are we going to have a vote on them?
Well, the honourable gentleman hosted and called and secured a very, very good debate only last week, Mr. Speaker, that was well subscribed, and we had a very good conversation there. But I'll say to him, as someone who's well experienced in this place, that where we need primary legislation, there will be primary legislation. When we need secondary legislation, there'll be secondary legislation. If things are matters for policy, well, there'll be a matter for policy.
Right, we'll let the front benches change over. We now come to the first statement. Secretary of State for Defence, John Healey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to update the House on the UK military operations in the Middle East. But before I begin, can I express my total disgust at the anti-Semitic attack in North London overnight, and our thoughts are with the Jewish community today. The House will have a statement from the Security Minister after this. But let me start this statement, if I may, Mr. Speaker, by thanking every single person across defence that is working flat out, from our senior leaders to our junior ranks, military and civilians alike, our planners in PJHQ, Our counter-drone units protecting coalition bases, our air defence teams in Cyprus, our fast jet pilots across the region, and our sailors in the Eastern Mediterranean. I say to them, on behalf of the House, you are proving yet again you are the best of Britain in action. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, with the fast-moving events in the Middle East, we're maintaining a clear, consistent approach, and as I said in my statement to the House last week, the UK Government's decisions and actions are founded on three principles. The first is defensive, taking the necessary action to strengthen our collective defence. That's why I've been putting vital military assets into the region since January. Second is coordination with allies, leading and coordinating our responses with NATO allies and with partners including the US, the G7, the E5 and Gulf nations. The third is legal, ensuring a legal basis for our decisions, allowing ministers to make sound choices and allowing our military to operate with the fullest confidence. And UK action remains grounded in these principles and our purpose to protect British people, protect British bases and protect British allies. Mr. Speaker, Iran is a threat to us all. It's lashing out and its attacks across the region are escalating. Since the start of the war, Iran has attacked 12 countries. It's fired over 3,500 ballistic missiles and drones. Both military and civilians are in their sights. Oil refineries bombed, embassies and bases targeted, commercial ships hit. Some allies, such as France and the US, have had service personnel killed, and the House will want to join me in offering our condolences to their families and to their comrades. In conflict, you can never remove risk, but I am able to say that all UK personnel so far are fully accounted for. Mr. Speaker, Iran's attacks are widespread and destructive. And I can confirm to the House in the early hours of Friday morning, 2 Iranian missiles were launched in the direction of Diego Garcia, our joint UK and US base. One fell short of its target, the other was brought down short of its target. Neither got close to Diego Garcia. The UK was not required to take action, and normal operations continue. I totally condemn Iran's reckless attacks. Iran must stop. It must de-escalate. We want to see this war end now. Mr. Speaker, my priority as Defence Secretary is the protection of UK personnel, and I continue to keep the force protection across the region at the very highest levels. And those measures are reviewed daily by both the Chief of the Defence Staff and the Chief of Joint Operations to ensure that our personnel are as safe as possible. Mr. Speaker, we know, however, that Iran's aggression and intent reaches beyond the Middle East. So we continue to track the potential threats here at home. And over the last year, we've been boosting our defence, cyber defences, and tightening base security. And I want to thank the Military Police and Police Scotland for their quick work to arrest, then charge 2 individuals who approached the Clyde base last week and unsuccessfully attempted to enter. Mr. Speaker, in terms of our UK defensive operations in the region, since last January, weeks before this conflict started, we took significant steps to pre-position Typhoons, F-35s, counter-drones teams, radars and air defences in the region. And it was these advanced preparations that made a real difference and meant that from day one, we've been defending activity and mounting those actions to protect ourselves and to protect our allies. And when Iran started hitting out, putting British people and British allies and service personnel at risk, I committed further resources to the region, including more fighter jets, helicopters and a warship. RAF and Navy pilots have now racked up nearly 900 flying hours in defence of Cyprus, Jordan, Bahrain, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. We have more jets in the region than at any time in the last 15 years. There are an extra 500 air defence personnel in Cyprus, and as more military capabilities are committed to the Eastern Mediterranean, we're working closely with the Republic of Cyprus to coordinate the contribution of allies, including the US, France and Greece, to reinforce the security of Cyprus. And I can confirm that HMS Dragon has arrived in the Eastern Mediterranean and tonight begins operational integration into Cyprus's defence alongside allies. More widely, UK Space Command is monitoring daily Iranian missile activity and provided early warning to our armed forces and to our allies operating across the region. Our military and our industry have a shared mission in the UK, and that is to step up support and to help defend Gulf partners during this conflict. So last week we brought together Gulf ambassadors and defence attachés with UK defence firms. And the MOD has now established Task Force Sabre with industry to support partners across the Middle East with rapid procurement. We will soon deploy lightweight multiple launchers to Bahrain, including with training, and we will be deploying Rapid Sentry to Kuwait. And Rapid Sentry is a battle-tested, ground-based air defence missile system that has already proved highly effective for UK forces taking down drones in the region. Turning to the Strait of Hormuz. Mr. Speaker, people and businesses are increasingly worried about the economic impact of this war, and the Prime Minister will chair a COBRA meeting later this afternoon to discuss the economic impact, which I will attend. Because Iran is holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage by laying mines, targeting ships, including Red Ensign vessels, and putting lives in danger. This is complex, and any resolution requires close work with allies and multinational support. So the UK, along with 29 other nations, signed a joint statement late last week, which condemned in the strongest terms these attacks on unarmed ships, strongly backed the freedom of navigation, and expressed our readiness, I quote, to contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. I discussed this with E5 defence ministers last week. We've now deployed UK military planners into US Central Command to develop options. We're looking to accelerate new UK mine hunting and drone technology. And on Friday, we confirmed that the current permission we've given for the US to use UK bases for defensive strikes against specific Iranian targets extends to their missile sites and capabilities that threaten the Strait of Hormuz. We are determined that the UK plays a leading role in securing the strait so commercial ships can move freely and confidently again. Mr. Speaker, this House knows the demands on defence are rising, and while we rightly focus on dealing with the immediate conflict in the Middle East, we will continue to step up our support to Ukraine, to fulfil our NATO commitments, to sign vital defence contracts, and to deal with Putin's serious threats to the high north. Mr. Speaker, this House also knows that our adversaries will want us distracted and may try to take advantage of events in the Middle East for their own gain. We will not let them. And as a government, we remain determined to make Britain safer, more secure at home and strong abroad.
Shadow Secretary of State James Cotledge. much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for advance side of his statement and for the briefing I received from his officials this afternoon. But can I begin by joining the Secretary of State by putting on record my utter condemnation of the arson attack committed in Golders Green last night, and on behalf of the opposition, I offer our sympathy to all affected and to the wider Jewish community. Can I also join the Secretary of State in expressing our condolences to the families of all Allied personnel who have lost their lives in the current conflict, and in thanking the police for preventing potentially serious nefarious activity at Faz Lane. Mr. Speaker, the potential economic ramifications for our constituents from Iran's aggressive closure of the Straits of Hormuz should concern us all. In that context, can the Defence Secretary tell the House what he understands to be the implications of the US President's latest remarks, specifically on deferring strikes on power plants? And can he also tell us what further naval capability he is intending to deploy to assist in securing the Straits of Hormuz? Mr. Speaker, it is extremely concerning that Iran fired long-range ballistic missiles at UK sovereign territory on Diego Garcia. Now, I'm grateful for his update, but why did it take so long for the government to confirm something that the whole world had been reporting on? And what action is he going to take to respond to those wholly unjustified attacks? Can he confirm if the potential firing range of this Iranian missile implies that it could reach well into Europe? Now, when it comes to our own air defence, it is very welcome that the RAF regiment has excelled in using rapid sentry procured under the previous government to intercept multiple drones, and we pay tribute to all our personnel in the region at this present moment. We also welcome the fact that this capability is now being deployed to support our allies in the region, and we hope that the air defence system he is sending to Bahrain will be in position as soon as possible. But we note reports that at least one of the Iranian missiles fired at Diego Garcia was intercepted by a US destroyer. Is it correct that the US intercepted this missile before the government decided on Saturday to grant the US further permission for use of our bases? Doesn't this once again underline Labour's extraordinary double standards, that until their latest U-turn, the government have been relying on the US to defend us whilst denying them the use of our bases? And given reports that the Iranian missile headed for Diego Garcia was intercepted by a US destroyer, this underlines the critical importance of our Type 45s when it comes to our own air defence. So whilst we welcome HMS Dragon finally arriving, does he regret not sending her much, much sooner? As he knows, the Type 45 Sea Viper air defence system relies on Aster missiles. Last week, I wrote to him, urging him to use the HMT reserve funding for the Middle East operations to urgently procure missiles needed for the Middle East, including LMM for our Wildcat and Rapid Sentry, ASRAAM for our fighter jets, and Aster for the Type 45s. Since then, he's confirmed the order of LMM, which I welcome. Will he now use the reserve to order more air defence missiles for our ships and fighter planes? Of course, if our Type 45s are to intercept the most sophisticated ballistic missiles, they need the Sea Viper system upgraded to Sea Viper Evolution, which I have repeatedly asked ministers to accelerate, as it is currently scheduled to enter service in 2032. Now, when I was a Defence Minister, Mr. Speaker, HMS Diamond was under attack by the Houthis in the Red Sea, using expensive missiles to intercept cheap drones. So I scrapped a load of red tape that accelerated the in-service date of our Dragonfire anti-drone laser from 2032 to next year. Will the Secretary of State take similar steps to accelerate Sea Viper? Of course, the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that in a written answer I received in January about Sea Viper Evolution, the DRI Minister responded that, and I quote, continued progress remains subject to, guess what? The Defence Investment Plan. Now, in Defence orals on the 15th of December, there were just 4 sitting days left before the rise of the House, and the Secretary of State couldn't tell us then whether they would publish the DIP before recess. So given that there are once again just 4 sitting days left before recess, and that he must know his diary for the week ahead, can the Secretary of State tell us, will the Defence Investment Plan be published before the rise of the House on Thursday? If not, will he publish it during PERDA? And above all, if the DIP is not going to be published this week, to break the logjam with the Treasury, will he urge his Chancellor to take the difficult decisions required to set a course for spending 3% on defence this Parliament, not the next? And finally, surely even the Secretary of State can see that hypothetical legal action in UNCLOS by a country without a navy or a standing army is less of a threat to our base on Diego Garcia than long-range missiles fired by Iran. So isn't the best way he could stand up for our sovereign territory on Diego Garcia by scrapping Labour's crazy Chagos deal and spending every penny on the British Armed Forces?
Well done. For defence.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome his initial comments about the loss of French and US personnel and recognise and respect those. He asked me first about the comments from President Trump today, which I'm sure the whole House will welcome President Trump's statement today. It's recognition that there is progress in conversations about, and he says, the complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, and his instruction to hold off further strikes against Iranian power plants. This creates the opportunity and opening for further de-escalation. The onus is now on Iran to respond. Mr. Speaker, the CU then went on to the strikes that I reported, or the missiles fired in the direction of Diego Garcia. And I would just say to him, look, we have been blunt and we have been open about the threat that Iran poses. The threat it poses to British nationals, to British bases, and to British interests and partners. And to suggest otherwise is completely false. And that's why we've been conducting the defensive operations throughout the region since day one of this war. Those missiles were fired towards Diego Garcia early on Friday morning. The same day I offered the Shadow Defence Secretary to come into the MOD for a secure briefing, and I welcome his thanks for that. But he, above all, as a former Defence Minister, will know that no government routinely comments on the detail of such threats due to the nature of intelligence sharing. He will also know that no government immediately confirms such events, partly because in any conflict, events are fast-moving, but mainly because to do so may put at risk the safety of military personnel or compromise ongoing operations. And I just say to the honourable gentleman to bear that in mind for the future. I want to reassure the public, however, about the concern and question he raises about long-range Iranian missiles and any question of Iran targeting the UK, and say quite clearly there is no assessment that we're being targeted in the UK in that way. We have the resources, we have the alliances in place in order to keep the United Kingdom safe from any kind of attacks. We operate a layered defence of this United Kingdom, our Navy, our RAF, our Army, all involved. And of course, we operate our defence with other NATO allies. And so it's the layered defence against missiles or any sort of other threats which is an important part of keeping this country safe. And I say to the honourable gentleman, it seems to have taken a war in the Middle East for him to realise that air and missile defence systems for the UK are important. No, because in the last year of his government, they slashed defence spending on ground-based air defence by 70%. Because when he was Defence Minister, he promised a munitions strategy which he never published and was never funded. And it was down to this government last June, as part of the Strategic Defence Review, that announced an extra £1 billion for air and missile defence above the Tory plans that he left. And, Mr. Speaker, it's UK, under this government, that has been leading NATO's Diamond Air and Missile Defence Initiative. It's this government that this year alone has boosted spending on counter-drone systems five-fold from his last year in government, and spending on ground-based air defence systems by 50%. Mr. Speaker, it's this government that's delivering for defence after 14 years of underfunding and hollowing out under the previous government. And I have to say I'm still very confused about the Conservatives' position on this war in Iran. One week, the leader of the opposition said UK jets must go in to the source in Iran, and she said, I quote, "We are in this war whether we like it or not." And then the next week she said, "I never said we should join." The week after that, the Shadow Defence Secretary said on Sky News, "There are no easy answers to this." Mr. Speaker. Finally, he talks about defence investment planning and spending. We're working to finalise the DIP. But he was, of course, the Defence Minister that left 47 out of 49 major defence programmes not on budget, not on time. He was the one that left a defence programme that was overcommitted, underfunded and deeply unsuited to the threats that we now face. It is this government, it is a Labour government now delivering for defence. 1,200 major contracts signed since July 2024, 84% of them awarded to British businesses, and the largest increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War.
Diane Abbott.
The Iranian regime is a threat to us all, not least to its own population. I would implore ministers to remember the importance of a debate in Parliament, just as we had on Iraq, if we move further in involvement with Trump's war.
Mr. Speaker, the Mother of the House speaks with long and deep experience of these matters. I would just say to her that the Prime Minister himself has said, while we are taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war.
James McCleary, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement today. We are 4 weeks on from the start of President Trump's illegal assault on Iran. Still, there is no plan, no end in sight. It is not Trump, nor indeed his partner in this ill-conceived war, Netanyahu, who are paying the price. It is hard-pressed British families seeing it in their energy bills and at the petrol pump. It is billions around the world suffering economic fallout. And it is over 100 little girls who will never be coming home from school. Rather than de-escalate the crisis, Trump is just making more threats. Instead of accepting responsibility, he is pointing fingers at allies, including Britain. There is much, then, that I hope this House can agree on at this critical moment. Most importantly, that Britain's interests are only served by rapid de-escalation of hostilities. Liberal Democrats have not wavered from this view. I believe it reflects in many ways the broadly responsible approach this government, including the Defence Secretary, have taken to the war, emphasising the need for multilateral diplomacy while protecting our personnel and citizens under immediate threat in the region. Nonetheless, the government's decision over the weekend to expand the use of UK bases for US strikes is grave and risks dragging Britain down the slope of Trump's war. It appears to be a significant shift in the government's position. So I would like to ask the Secretary of State, if I may, 3 questions. Does he agree with me that the government's definition of defensive is different today than it was when the House last sat? Will he commit to releasing in full the legal advice the government has received about this latest expansion of rights of US planes to use UK bases? And will he support Liberal Democrat proposed legislation to ensure proper monitoring of US sorties conducted from UK bases to ensure they are truly defensive in nature?
Mr. Speaker, the country's best interests are served by the action that we've taken, both before and since the start of this period of the war. Actions to defend our personnel, our bases, our allies and our interests throughout the region. He's right to say our interests are also served best by an end to the conflict, which we want to see happen now, and therefore we welcome President Trump's move to step back from further attacks on Iranian power plant and oil infrastructure. This creates the opportunity for further de-escalation, which he calls for, and I hope he would recognise that the onus is now on Iran to respond in kind. And he asked me the specific question. there has been, as I've stressed to the House, no change in the principles on which our approach and our action and our decisions are based. And these are permissions for the for the US to use UK bases for defensive actions because they are striking at the very Iranian sites and capabilities which are attacking our interests and those of our partners in the region.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State is right to draw attention to the fact that when we became Secretary of State and draw attention to the fact that the armed forces are underfunded and very stretched. He and his team and the government have done much to improve and bring about additional funding for the armed forces. However, what concerns me, Mr. Speaker, is this further commitment because of what's happening in Iran will put a lot of strain on our already overstretched armed forces. And I am concerned about the sustainability of our continuing investment there. So can I ask the Secretary of State what discussions are taking place in government to accelerate the expenditure to at least 3% in this Parliament and as quickly as possible?
Well, my honourable friend is more knowledgeable than perhaps anyone else in the House about defence matters, having been a former Defence Minister and served for some time on the Defence Select Committee. I appreciate his recognition of the way that since the election that we have stepped up the scale of investment in autonomous systems, counter-drone systems, integrated missile and air defence systems, all of which were badly lacking under the previous governments. And I say to him, he will have followed an important speech that the Prime Minister gave 3 or 4 weeks ago at Munich, in which he recognised, as this House does, that demands on defence are rising. He recognised, as this House does, that this is an era now of hard power, of strong alliances and sure diplomacy, and he recognised, as this House does, that we now need to spend more faster on defence.
So, Julian Lewis.
May I remind defence ministers yet again that they should not be comparing increases in defence expenditure with the post-Cold War years, but with what we used to spend during the Cold War years, which was between 4.5% and 5% of GDP on defence. And can he look the House straight in the eye, as it were, and say that given the very close relationship between China and the Mauritians, including a 25-year treaty of cooperation, that it would be a sounder situation if Mauritius had sovereignty over Diego Garcia and we were only lessees to them?
I respect the right honourable gentleman, and the straight answer to his question is yes, I can, because the deal that we have in place that is awaiting the ratification would give our operational sovereignty over Diego Garcia for at least 99 years. This is a base that is central and essential to our and the US security and military around the world. And I say to him also that the deal that we have on the table now and have negotiated with the Mauritians gives greater protections in the waters around, greater veto over developments on the other islands, which is why it is so much better deal than after 11 rounds of negotiation under the previous government they left when they left office.
John Trickett.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I join with my right honourable friend in paying tribute to the members of the armed forces and acknowledge too the difficult path which he has to tread. But the government's stated objective was to achieve de-escalation of this war led by diplomacy, and yet the truth is that the US planes leaving British soil, which he authorised without parliamentary consent, are not carrying diplomats, are they? They're carrying heavy payloads. So my question is this, because the Secretary of State said he wants these actions to be legal. What protocols has he agreed with the United States to ensure that those bombers are operating within international and national law and in a defensive capacity only. Anything else leads to a slippery slope from defence into offence.
The permissions that we have granted in response to specific US requests are operations that are restricted to defensive legal purposes that strike at the capabilities that are doing most to hold at risk and attack our interests and our allies and our personnel. So I say to the Honourable Gentleman, it is part of an established system of requesting such basing operations with a system that ensures that the US respects the permissions they've requested and allows us to ensure that is and continues to be the case. And on the matter of de-escalation, I say to my honourable friend, I hope he was encouraged and he will recognise the leadership that Keir Starmer and the UK played at the end of last week when we led the work that has produced the statement now signed by 29 other countries, which is calling for the coordinated development of options, the condemnation of Iranian attacks and closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and recognises the enormous impact that this is having across the world, including for people and businesses in this country about which so many are so concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a glaring contradiction between the Defence Secretary's statement, which says, and I quote, taking the necessary action to strengthen our collective defence, whilst also then announcing to the House that we will have another recess without the Defence Investment Plan. But does he recognise that the Defence Committee, which has a majority of Labour members on it, said last year that demand signals will not exist until the Defence Investment Plan is published? And at a time when so many other allies are investing in defence, does he not recognise that delaying that plan is likely to stoke inflation, undermining the spend as and when it comes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I say to the right honourable gentleman, we're working to finalise the plan. We're working flat out to do that. But it has not held up important decisions that we've made, contracts that we've been able to let, over 1,200 since the election, major contracts, the majority of which have been let to British businesses and British firms, creating British jobs, reinforcing the innovation base in this country, and demonstrating that defence, under this government, is becoming an engine for growth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The availability of Type 45s is directly as a result of the severe defence cuts enacted by the party opposite in 2010. And so it is incredulous that you comment on their availability without giving an apology. However, whilst we recognise that there perhaps isn't an Iranian missile capable of travelling the 2,000 kilometres to the Chagos Islands, would the right honourable member recognise that were there to be one, it would show a worrying proliferation of technology from North Korea and Russia? And would he agree with me that this shows that we must continue to support Ukraine in its war against Russia?
I do indeed, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend speaks with the authority of his service experience and his service in this House on the Defence Select Committee. He reminds the House, as I did at the end of my statement, that with all eyes on the Middle East, we cannot lift our focus and deflect our priority also for stepping up support for Ukraine and learning the lessons, as the Strategic Defence Review encourages us to do, from Ukraine. But he's absolutely right to remind the party opposite that they were the ones who cut the number of frigates and destroyers by a quarter during their 14 years in office, the number of mine hunters by more than a half, and the defence budget in their first 5 years by fully £12 billion.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State in his statement talked a lot about British hardware, but coercing an adversary also requires that we understand their war aims and their beliefs. In Iraq, we learned late about the need to develop cultural awareness. Martyrdom is central to Shia Islam and is viewed as redemptive suffering. Alongside all of the kit that the Secretary of State talked about, will the government also invest in cultural capability?
So State.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a somewhat simple man. I'm not really clear what cultural capabilities really means, but if the honourable gentleman would like to write to me with his proposition, I'd be very happy to have a look at it.
Mohammed Jassim.
Mr. Speaker, one of the clearest lessons of the Chilcot inquiry is that the UK must be prepared to say no to US, where British interests, legal standards and global stability are at risk. So will the government hold firm and not be drawn further into this conflict by a so-called ally whose conduct is unpredictable, insulting, destabilizing and, in my view, deranged?
So State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me say again, while we're taking the necessary action to defend our interests and our allies, as the Prime Minister has made clear to this House and in public, we will not get drawn into the wider war.
Kim Bolter.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State was right when he said we all breathed a sigh of relief at the American President stepping back from the abyss this morning, the abyss of an attack on Iran's power network. However, it still remains the case that just a few days ago, a projectile fell within 350 metres of Iran's only nuclear power station. Now, the Secretary of State spoke compellingly about the courage of British personnel in defending our own assets in the region and those of our allies. If it were to come to our attention that in an era of irrational decision-making, an attack against that nuclear power station was contemplated with the catastrophic effect it would have on the region, what steps could and would we take to prevent that attack?
Minister.
The right honourable gentleman's an old hand in this House. He's also, I think, served in a number of security posts in government. He would be the last person to expect me to speculate on future or hypothetical scenarios like that. But the points he makes at the start of his question are really important. The opportunity now, based on the President's declaration this morning and his instruction to his Department of War to hold off further attacks on Iranian power plants and infrastructure for the next 5 days, gives diplomacy the opportunity, gives further de-escalation the opening, and the onus, and I hope across all sides of this House, the urging of this country on Iran to seize this opportunity and to see an early end to this conflict.
Stella Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to my honourable friend's comments, and I thank him for this detailed update. It is really important that our constituents understand how serious this is, because energy traders right now are like those epidemiologists in February 2020 looking at energy sources and shortages as those epidemiologists looked at COVID and how it was spreading around the world, working out how on earth to warn people of the horrors to come. The brutal reality is if this war does not end, we could see energy shortages that will have a lasting economic effect on this country for decades. Now, my honourable friend says there that the President has agreed to a 5-day suspension and to not target the Iranian power plants. He will know how serious this is. How confident is he that the President will stick to that 5-day pledge and give a chance for the urgent de-escalation our economy and our world needs?
So
my honourable friend makes the clearest and strongest possible case for an early end to this conflict, for the imperative to embrace this opportunity that President Trump has created. And as she rightly says, the impending potential impact on the world economy, on the lifestyle and costs of all families and businesses in this country is severe. And that is the reason why the Prime Minister will be chairing a COBRA this afternoon that will look at the economic potential impacts of this conflict, a meeting that I will attend, and no doubt the House will be updated in due course.
Dr. Ross Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to remind the House that RAF Fairford is in my constituency of the South Cotswolds, so it's with grave concern that I note the news of 2 missiles being aimed at Diego Garcia. The Prime Minister previously pledged that we will not be drawn into the wider war, yet we've already shifted from defensive to offensive use of air bases on UK land. As almost 60% of the British public oppose the use of RAF bases in this war, will the Secretary of State for Defence commit to bringing back to this House the opportunity for open debate and full transparency on all of the factors that are leading to this rapid descent down the slippery slope?
Statements such as this, Mr. Speaker, are exactly the opportunity for members of the House to express their view, put their questions. But I say to the Honourable Lady, she is simply wrong. There has been no shift on the permissions granted to the US for specific purposes, and those purposes are defensive. Those purposes are defensive because they are limited to the Iranian missile and capabilities that are attacking our ships, our bases, our interests, and threatening our interests and our bases and our allies across the region. So the basis of the permission simply hasn't changed, and that was the confirmation that after meeting of ministers on Friday that was released by the government to confirm that.
Total crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. And despite talk of a complete and total resolution of hostilities from across the Atlantic, I agree with my honourable friend from Walthamstow that we can't give false comfort to our constituents that there won't be lasting economic and military consequences. So can I ask the Secretary of State when or what detail he can give us on the leading role he sees the UK playing in keeping the Straits of Hormuz open?
So State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the statement that the UK helped coordinate and signed at the end of last week set out, and as I've said to the House today, we are ready to play a leading role in efforts, including all options that may be necessary with allies to try and secure a resumption of commercial shipping and a freedom of passage through the Strait of Hormuz. That is likely to require significant de-escalation, but we are preparing all options, and as I confirmed to the House earlier on as well, I have put UK military planners into US Central Command, and their job is to help shape and prepare the potential coordination of such activity that must include a range of allies and multinational support.
Sir Alex Sheldon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just further to the answer the Secretary of State has given, the Secretary of State has this afternoon confirmed to the House that mines have been laid in the Straits of Hormuz. Therefore, one of the biggest problems is going to be actually getting vessels insured, whether there was a cessation of violence overnight, getting it insured. So may I ask the Secretary of State how quickly he can now give the other side of that coin to the markets, to the insurance companies, that even if the de-escalation happened overnight, how quickly the insurance company have faith that the Straits of Hormuz would be demined. That's going to take a military operation led by Europe. The Americans won't get involved, we know that. So can I ask the Secretary of State how quickly can he say what the counterbalance is to the fact that he has confirmed this afternoon that the Straits of Hormuz have indeed been mined?
State.
I can't give the honourable gentleman a timescale. What I can say to him is that we are bending all our efforts in defence and more widely to contribute to the development of all options, and that those must involve allies. They've got to be multinational. And in the end, as he suggested to the House, the test will be the decision of commercial ship owners, crews and insurers about the safety that they can have about resuming their commercial trade through the Strait of Hormuz.
John Magdon.
What Donald Trump said at the weekend was that unless the straits were opened, he would obliterate Iran's power plants. I agree that could be extremely catastrophic, attacking a nuclear plant. But actually, as we've made clear to Putin, attacking power plants that supply power to civilians is actually against international law and clearly does move things on from defence to aggression. On that basis, can I ask the Secretary of State, and I agree with him, I hope the next 5 days secure peace, but can I ask him to confirm that UK bases will not be used to attack power plants, and that if there is to be a change of policy in that way, he asked the Prime Minister, yes, that we have that debate and we have the vote in this House, because I want my constituents to know that I'm not willing to support this type of escalation.
The permissions for the use of UK bases for the US are defensive. They do not include the striking of Iranian power plants, which is the clarification that my right honourable friend has given me. And as I and as the Prime Minister have said, those principles of defensive actions and decisions with a sound legal basis and actions in coordination with allies to ensure a collective self-defence in the region will continue to inform the decisions and choices that this government makes.
Dougan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that unites the Prime Minister of Israel and the Supreme Leader of Iran is that neither of them can care less what the UK Prime Minister says, and it's difficult to imagine that the US President isn't in a similar camp. So, with fiscal headroom evaporating, business confidence vanishing and household budgets being shredded by this war, what can the Secretary of State offer over and above the vacuous calls for de-escalation to ensure that people on these islands are protected from the ferocious effects of this war and the supply of energy?
Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed the honourable gentleman degrades the contribution that the UK is making to the collective defence of allies in the region, that he fails to recognise that the basing request from the US that we have agreed is an important and valuable contribution to the US operations and to our interests, that the decisions that the Prime Minister makes are in our interests, our national interests, and that he has also said that we will do what we can to, with allies, deal with the risk to worldwide energy supplies and prices. He's already seen us support the release of extra oil onto the markets. He's seen us as a government put in help for those on oil heating, and I've told the House that he will chair a COBRA this afternoon to look at exactly the sort of concerns the honourable gentleman is concerned about.
Speaker, can I put on record my thanks to the British Armed Forces who are working round the clock to defend British interests and British people as we speak. But my constituents in Rochdale made quite clear they want no part of this wider war being waged by the US and Israel. At the same time, they expect the robust defence of British interests and British personnel. So, although I welcome the fact that he said neither of those Iranian missiles got anywhere close to Diego Garcia, can he reassure this House that the UK will play its full part in the defence of Diego Garcia should such a similar missile attack happen again?
Mr. Speaker, we will, as we have done, we will always defend our British personnel, we'll defend our British bases, and I know my honourable friend and his constituents in Rochdale will be proud of the fact that our RAF pilots have now flown nearly 900 hours during this conflict, exactly those purposes, and he will be proud of the fact that there are now more British jets in the region than there have been for 15 years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any assessment of this intervention must recognise that the Iranian regime has made the Iranian people pay with blood for every single act of defiance. So any attempt to apportion blame when a mass insurrection does not materialise would be unjust. And I hope we will hear ministers say that soon from the dispatch box. Last week I raised concerns that the assessment of the intent and capability of Iran was clearly flawed, and I think this weekend's activities proved that to be true. So what action has the Secretary of State taken to challenge thinking internally and to support our British overseas territories by taking action to reinforce their defences and by speaking to their elected governments, not just governors?
So, State.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that I really follow. I certainly don't accept what I understand to be the Honourable Lady's point. When I was in Cyprus a couple of weeks ago, I met with the Defence Minister, I met with the Chief of their National Guard, and he made clear to me that military cooperation is closer than it's ever been with the UK. And I've said that we're playing a leading role with the Republic of Cyprus in coordinating the increasing capabilities that are in the Eastern Mediterranean to help that sovereign base remain as protected as we can in the circumstances and in the face of Iranian threats.
Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And further to that point, could I thank the Minister for Europe for going to Cyprus last week, and also for the conversations between the Prime Minister and the President of Cyprus, and also what reassurance can he give my constituents where we have really deep ties and long-standing people-to-people ties with the people of Cyprus, that it's not just about British personnel, but it's about the wider Cypriot family?
So,
I can indeed, Mr. Speaker. I hope she will recognise, and I hope as the government of the Republic of Cyprus and their military recognise that the steps that we've taken well before this war broke out to reinforce defences in Cyprus and across the region have been there not just to protect British personnel and step up defences of our base, but are indeed defending and helping protect the whole of the Republic of Cyprus and the island of Cyprus.
Dr. Alpington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the first moment that the attempted rocket launches towards Diego Garcia were reported over the weekend, there has been growing speculation, fueled mainly by Israel, that Iran's strike capacity now stretches far beyond what we previously conceived, far beyond the Gulf region. Given what the Secretary of State has said today, given that he has confirmed that these were Iranian rockets, which goes beyond the NATO Secretary General yesterday, can he just confirm how close those rockets came, or those missiles came, to Diego Garcia? And what is the MOD's assessment now about the effective strike range of Iran's missile capacity? Does it stretch deep into Europe, and is the UK even now at risk?
So State.
The missiles that were fired in the direction of Diego Garcia, as I've said, fell well short. One came down and one was brought down well short. And in terms of the specific capabilities of adversaries like Iran and what they hold, those are certainly not details that he would expect or I will disclose to the House or in public.
Darren Caffey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I associate myself with the comments of the Secretary of State when he commends our brave servicemen and women, far from hanging around as the Leader of the Opposition thinks they are doing. They are working night and day to protect us at home and abroad. Absolutely. And as one of the many members across this House who's been part of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Stream, I add my thanks to them. Precisely because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the first priority of any government is to protect British citizens, can the Secretary of State give assurance to this House here and now that those facing Iranian aggression, closer than any of us will, have everything they need to defend our people, our bases and our allies?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend. I can indeed. As I reported to the House, we have the highest levels of force protection in place. Those are reviewed daily by the Chief of Joint Operations. They report to me each week. And I say to my honourable friend, he is completely right. When I was in Cyprus a couple of weeks ago, talking to the very pilots and crews that allow our F-35s and Typhoons to fly those defensive missions, as they have done from day one in this conflict, they were frankly insulted the Leader of the Opposition, had accused them of just hanging around. And we, on this side, there's never been an apology from the opposition for those remarks, and we on this side know that they're working flat out, knowing that they're doing a really important job to defend our personnel, our bases and our allies.
We've got many people that need to squeeze in, so questions need to be short and answers need to be just as short. Sir Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just say to the right honourable gentleman that we can debate all of this about what the armed forces think or they don't think. I always think it's best to leave them out of these debates. However, there is an issue here at home, and defence of the realm is defence of home first and foremost. And we know that the IRGC, the Islamic Republican Revolutionary Guard Corps, have threatened us here on these shores endlessly for a number of years. Many colleagues either side of the House have called for them to be proscribed. As yet, in the middle of this war, we have not proscribed the IRGC. This would make the life of our security service so much easier if we did so. Will the Secretary of State please get up and say it is his determination that they should be proscribed and kicked out or arrested for all the awful deeds that they do, chasing, hounding and killing people on the British shores?
Secretary of State.
The right honourable gentleman makes his case. He knows, like I do, that our British services have foiled around 20 sabotage, assassination plots with the Iranian hand behind them on British soil. He makes the case for proscription. That is a decision in other parts of government, something that we keep under review and something that we will take in the broader view of the way that we are challenging, confronting and working with allies to deal with the Iranian threats.
Luke Charters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. BBC News Ukraine recently published an outstanding report on the demand for drone interceptors like the British-made Octopus and Wild Hornet Sting drone. So will the government update the House on what work they are doing to bolster UK and Ukrainian drone interceptor production so that these devices can be in the skies defending against Shahid drones that are threatening British interests and Gulf partners' interests alike?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to say there are interceptors in the skies above Ukraine now that have the British hand and British production behind them, working closely with Ukraine. The Octopus interceptor that he talks about is a special link-up, Ukraine and the UK, and we look forward to being able to produce these en masse and return them back into Ukraine to help them defend their skies against Putin's invasion.
Todd?
6 days ago, the UK government's security group rightly launched a leak inquiry into the leaking of very sensitive information from the National Security Council. Now, I don't expect the Defence Secretary to comment on an ongoing inquiry, but does he agree on these principles that, first of all, the very least our armed forces expect when they're being sent into harm's way is the political leadership of this country doesn't leak secret and top secret information? And secondly, the principle, whoever it is, whether it is a cabinet minister or a senior official or junior official, that when caught, they will be sacked.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think anyone can doubt the determination of the Prime Minister to prevent such actions or to take action required when there are such activities going on. And so I can give the right honourable gentleman my reassurance that that should be the case.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I join the Defence Secretary in paying tribute to our civilians and armed forces personnel who are defending the UK national interest, and I've had the privilege to meet many of them overseas during my time in this House. Those serving overseas have been putting themselves in harm's way, and they will have families back at home who are understandably worried, especially given the situation with personnel from the US and France being killed. So can I ask him what support he's putting in place for the families back at home of those that are serving in the Middle East?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will certainly write to my honourable friend with the detail of those, but rest assured for the House that this is foremost in our minds. We have a system in place and that is doing exactly the job that my honourable friend urges.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Against the backdrop of this illegal, counterproductive and reckless war, next month Palestinians in the West Bank and in parts of Gaza will take part in municipal elections, which include candidates who are committed to peaceful dialogue with Israel and who reject Iranian-backed terrorism. Does he acknowledge the significance of these elections to building peace in the Middle East? And will he do everything he can in his power, and this government, to ensure deployment of independent observers so these elections are fair and safe?
Dave.
We will.
Brian Leishman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. US military aircraft departed from the Scottish Government-owned Prestwick Airport up to 32 times in the 10 days before American and Israeli strikes started on Iran. Like many of my constituents, I am worried at the prospect of a Scottish airport being used in an illegal war. Will the Secretary of State definitively say today who has the authority in stopping the US military from using Scottish civilian infrastructure? Is it the Prime Minister or is it the First Minister of Scotland?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been no use of Prestwick Airport for US bombing strikes.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Excuse me. Excuse me. Apologies. Joking that I've swallowed a fly. Thank you. I think I'm just about yes, thank you. The situation we're talking about today is a shooting war, but of key interest to us is the tug of war which is going on between the MOD and the Treasury over the Defence Investment Plan. We have had some indications of what's going on. I think we've gathered that it's not going to come out this week. Can the Secretary of State for Defence give us some indication of whether or not the purdah period for the upcoming elections in Scotland in May further impact the announcement of this critical plan?
Secretary of State.
I don't know why he swallowed a fly. I don't know why. He imagines that there is a tug of war, especially when he can look at the record over 18 months of the way that this government has put a record increase into defence spending, the degree of support that the Chancellor has given to recognising the rising demands on defence, and the commitment that the Prime Minister has given that in this era of hard power, the currencies, he says, of the age, that we need to do more and spend faster.
Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The humanitarian implications of this war are already severe. In Lebanon, 1 million people have been forced to flee their homes, including Palestinian and Syrian refugees who had found safety in the south of Lebanon and are now being forced to flee for their lives again. Meanwhile, the airspace closures in the Gulf and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz are affecting global humanitarian supply chains. The IRC has warned, for example, that £130,000 of pharmaceutical supplies for Sudan are now stuck in Dubai. So can I ask what the Secretary of State is doing to support humanitarian access and humanitarian relief during this crisis?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, that is a part of the discussions, particularly my honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary and her team is having with Gulf nations and having with Lebanon, and the Foreign Secretary spoke to the Lebanese Prime Minister in recent days.
Dr. Chance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The expansion of US use of UK bases announced over the weekend represents an escalation of UK involvement in this war at a time when we all agree that de-escalation is urgently needed. We are being dragged in to an illegal, reckless war on the part of Trump with huge ramifications for the region and for households in this country. Now, last week, the Secretary of State said he'd only get involved if there was a viable collective plan. Where is that plan? This afternoon, the Prime Minister says to the Liaison Committee, we must beware of the false hope that there might be a quick and early end to this conflict. Given all this, when will we have a Commons vote on the escalating UK involvement in this illegal and reckless war?
State.
I reject almost everything the Honourable Lady has said. We will not get drawn into a wider war. The decisions we're taking are de-escalatory and defensive, not escalatory, and we will work in whatever way we can to bring an early end to this conflict.
Dr. Peter Princely.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, the long-range missile attacks we have seen have surely raised the spectre in my mind and in the mind of others of attacks on the United Kingdom. Now, I have listened to his reassurances about the defence of this country this afternoon, but we have all seen the value of the Iron Dome system. What is being done to create such a system for the defence of this country?
Secretary of State.
An extra £1 billion being put now into integrated air and missile defence for Britain that was not part of the plans of the previous government, that stems directly from the assessment that the Strategic Defence Review set out when we published it last year.
Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that it takes about a month to move a minor war vessel from Portsmouth to the Gulf, and notwithstanding the meetings he says he's having with allies about ensuring freedom of navigation through the Strait, would it be a good idea now to start shifting those mine hunters so that when he has the results of his discussions, which I hope will be a bit more than just hand-wringing, we will be in a position to genuinely do something in an area that we're actually really rather good at?
Secretary of State.
The House will have heard me say that we already have autonomous mine hunting capabilities in the region. We're looking to reinforce those. And I say to the honourable gentleman, I guess he now regrets being part of a government that in 2021 accelerated the out-of-commission dates of some of the mine hunting.
Bagan.
Under international law, the use of force is permitted when, for individual or collective self-defence against an armed attack, such use of force must satisfy the requirements of proportionality and necessity. In light of the broadening use of British military bases at the request of Donald Trump over the past week, could the Defence Secretary clarify for the British public how this satisfies those requirements? And if the lessons of Iraq are to be learnt, surely he must understand that the British public will not accept anything other than a parliamentary debate and vote on any further British military involvement.
Secretary of State.
Can I reassure my honourable friend, as she invites me to do, that the permissions that we've given are for operations that are defensive, in the sense that they are directed only to those Iranian missile capabilities and capabilities that are being used to attack British interests and British allies, and our British shipping, including red ensign flagged vessels in the Strait of Hormuz.
Sarah Ball.
Now, much old ground has been gone over by the Secretary of State, but our service personnel live in the here and now, and the Defence Investment Plan is absolutely vital for their future, whether that's for them operating in the field or for their families in the upgrading of the housing, which we're discussing in the Armed Forces Bill Committee at this moment in time. Now, given he didn't answer the question from my honourable friend, can I ask, does working flat out mean that the DIP will be published in days, weeks or months?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, working flat out means working flat out, and we're working flat out to finalise the Defence Investment Plan.
George Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend our current position of not being drawn further into the US and Israeli operation in Iran? Can the Secretary of State confirm to me that we will continue to avoid any escalation and only act in ways which are in defence of British personnel and interests?
Secretary of State.
I can indeed. My honourable friend is right. Look, our purpose is the defence of British personnel. Our base is our interests, but also our allies in the region. We will continue to make decisions and take action based on principles that are defensive, that are legal, and are in coordination with our allies.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On top of the direct attacks by Iran, their principal proxy in the region, Hezbollah, continues to defy the Lebanese government by using Lebanon as a base to fire rockets into Israeli civilian populations. So can the Secretary of State let the House know what steps the Ministry of Defence is taking in conjunction with the Lebanese government to help them dismantle this absolute cancer that operates within Lebanon, and more importantly, that infrastructure built in Lebanon in recent years using British taxpayers' money is categorically not being used for any of those attacks?
Secretary of State.
The honourable gentleman is right to draw the House's attention to Lebanon. Like him, I'm gravely concerned about the conflict and the situation there. I strongly, like him, condemn the Hezbollah attacks on Israel. These must stop. But the forced displacement of 1 million people due to Israelis' operations is unacceptable. There must be now diplomatic action to prevent this conflict from widening, and the Foreign Secretary has, for that purpose, spoken recently to the Israeli Foreign Minister and also the Lebanese Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I know the people of Harlow would want me to echo the Secretary of State's comment about our brave personnel and the work they do to keep us safe every single day. It strikes me, listening to his statement earlier, that it's hugely important that our bases, both here and abroad, are safe. So can the Secretary of State outline what he's doing to ensure the security of our bases is paramount, and that any organisation that seeks to break into our bases faces the full strength of the law?
Secretary of State.
I can indeed. I appreciate my honourable friend's concern. We're investing in more counter-drone, more CCTV. We're tightening up the base security arrangements. And my honourable friend, the Armed Forces Minister, has taken personal charge of this operation.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Donald Trump may have paused his escalation of aggressive attacks, but we know that the conflict isn't over. And he said earlier that US access to British bases is restrained by the principle that such use is defensive only. The public has the right to know what safeguards exist. Could you tell the House what follow-up checks are in place to verify that this use is indeed defensive only?
Secretary of State.
The safeguards are the established system of granting access, basing and overflight. And that established system builds in throughout, not just afterwards, the reassurance, the checks and the controls required to ensure that when the US do take advantage of the permissions we've given, they take advantage within the permissions that we've given.
Ben Obstructing.
Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by paying tribute to all the personnel at RF Whitton who are doing incredible round-the-clock work to analyse exactly what's going on with this conflict in the Middle East. But I appreciate that the Secretary of State's had his Weetabix this morning, but if I could just gently remind him that it was when he talks about missile defence for the UK, he was a minister in the last Labour government, which halved the number of Type 45 destroyers, which means that we don't have enough, and also equipped them with the WR-21 engines, which means that we only have one that's currently seaworthy, which is HMS Dragon. So if I could just remind him of that. But his colleague, the Security Minister, who's there on the front bench alongside him, informed me last week that the government was informed in advance of the attacks by the US and Israel on Iran. Could the Secretary of State confirm how far in advance the government was informed of these attacks? Was it hours, days or weeks?
Deputy Speaker, that sort of data and information I'm not prepared to disclose, but I think the honourable gentleman should judge us by our actions. And well ahead of this war breaking out, we reinforced Britain's defences within the region. And on Dragon, we only have Dragon available in order to deploy to the Eastern Mediterranean because it was ordered by a Labour government, and throughout 14 years his previous governments didn't order a single new destroyer.
Manuela Pascallo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While the government has set out its military approach in some detail, there remains far less clarity on the diplomatic strategy that must eventually bring this conflict to an end. Can the Secretary of State set out what the UK is doing to get all sides back at the negotiating table, and in so doing, how will the government ensure that we are not simply following President Trump down a path that risks replacing one brutal regime with another, rather than securing democracy and freedom for the Iranian people?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first and foremost, we are ensuring that we can protect British interests in the region. We're looking to protect our allies in the region, and everything we do is in coordination with our partners in the region. And I hope she takes some encouragement from the announcement that we were able to help coordinate and publish at the end of last week, signed now by 29 other nations, about the importance of opening the Strait of Hormuz.
does he have contacts at US Central Command which can give reassurance that there is a plan? Because the President's social media feed gives the opposite impression. And is Britain at war?
Yes to the first, no to the second.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the government may not want to be drawn into a war with Iran, but Iran has declared war on us by attacking our bases, trying to kill our civilians, attacking our economy, and even having terror acts in our own country. And we've found this weekend we actually rely on the US to protect our bases, and we've required their defensive capability to do that. Does that not lead them to the conclusion that rather than begrudgingly giving limited access to our bases, we should be giving full support to the Americans and the Israeli government in destroying this regime so that they can stop fomenting war in the Middle East and blackmailing us economically?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we have agreed to the requests that the US has put to us. We are working closely, as I've said, as one of our major principles in coordination with allies on defensive operations, including and especially with the US.
Chris Coughlin.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome President Trump's statement that apparently he is now in talks with Iran. Sadly and predictably, Iran appears to have achieved escalation dominance by closing the Strait of Hormuz. So what plans are the UK doing now for a post-conflict region where Iran retains the upper hand because it can dictate global energy prices and continue to threaten Gulf nations?
We will work in exactly the way that the joint statement that we helped coordinate at the end of last week sets out, in order to de-escalate the conflict, coordinate with allies, and look for a point at which we can see the Strait of Hormuz reopened.
Ayub Khan.
Deputy Speaker, every legal analyst, credible legal analyst, will state that this attack on Iran by Israel and Iran was illegal. There was never an imminent threat. The Caroline Principles incorporated within the UN Charter were simply not engaged. Given that Trump now seeks to withdraw from this war, and given the disquiet in this House as to whether our base use is offensive or defensive in nature, will the Defence Secretary allow a parliamentary debate where members can vote on whether we should allow our bases to be used? And if not, why not?
Madam Deputy Speaker, quite simply because the decisions that we have taken as a government have been for defensive purposes. They've been in coordination with allies. This House has plenty of opportunities, including for at least an hour and a half, almost an hour and a half today, to question and debate these matters. It's important that we do, and it's important that we continue to take the steps necessary to protect our people in the Middle East.
Speaker, Secretary of State, why alone among our European allies is the UK facilitating Trump's illegal war by allowing the United States to use RAF bases to launch attacks which the government admitted last week they could not guarantee were not being used against civilian infrastructure in Iran? So in light of their complicity, has the government uprated the risk assessment to the threats currently faced by the population of these islands? And finally, just what is it about illegal wars in the Middle East that the Labour Party seem unable to resist?
Madam Deputy Speaker, almost last but not least, I reject almost every assertion he's made in his tripartite question. I say to him, the decisions that we've taken, the permissions that we've given, have a sound legal basis. They are for defensive purposes directed at Iranian sites that are attacking our interests and our allies, and holding at threat, including British ships and red ensign flagged vessels in the Strait of Hormuz.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his statement today. Whilst we welcome the progression of talks in the Middle East, the fact that our government has to learn the updates through the news cycle is beyond disappointment. The deterioration in the President of the United States and the Prime Minister here, their relationship, is particularly worrying. Will the Minister begin the rebuild process with our American allies and show the willingness to work in the best interest of this nation and the attacks on Diego Garcia prove that this nation is under attack and this deserves decisive action? How will the Minister secure the right action to put us back in step with our American friends, regardless of any personality clashes that may take place? Thank you.
We will always continue to work closely with the US. This is a deep military and security relationship that has seen the ups and downs in politics over many decades. That continues to be the case. The Prime Minister spoke with the President last night.
That is the end of the statement on the Middle East. I'll give the front benches a moment to shuffle over. Come to the statement on Hatzola ambulance attack, and I call the Minister, Minister Dan Jarvis.
With your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will make a statement on the abhorrent arson attack in Golders Green, North London. I will begin with the facts as they are currently known. At 1:45 this morning, the Metropolitan Police and the London Fire Brigade were called to reports of a fire on Highfield Road, Golders Green. Officers attended the scene where 4 ambulances from Hatzola, a volunteer-led ambulance service run by members of the Jewish community, were on fire. The attack occurred in the car park of a local synagogue where Hatzola's vehicles for this area are based. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can tell the House that the vital work of this organisation will continue uninterrupted, with its highly trained volunteers responding to calls as steadfastly as ever. Now, the government is determined to deliver justice for this cowardly attack. Of course, we fully support the police in bringing the perpetrators to account, and we are equally committed to ensuring that Hatzola suffers no lasting impact as a consequence. As the Secretary of State for Health has confirmed, 4 replacement ambulances will be in place by tomorrow morning, and the government will fund permanent replacements to ensure that this essential service remains strong and fully equipped. Nearby houses were evacuated as a precaution, with residents allowed to return quickly to their homes. Thankfully, no injuries occurred. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the House will be aware that police are treating this arson attack as an anti-Semitic hate crime. The investigation is now being led by counter-terrorism policing, although I should emphasise that this has not been declared a terrorist incident at this stage. No arrests have been made. But I take this opportunity to urge anyone with information to contact the police. Now, officers are aware of an online claim from a group taking responsibility for this attack, and establishing the accuracy of this claim is a priority for the investigation team. As the Home Secretary has told the House earlier, support for the Jewish community in London is being stepped up. The police have the unshakable backing of this government, and I am sure the whole House, in their effort to find the perpetrators of this awful crime, who should be in no doubt whatsoever that they will be pursued and made to face the consequences. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also wish to echo the Home Secretary's words of thanking the police and the Fire and Rescue Service for the speed and professionalism of their response, which was vital in averting an even worse outcome. Now, shocking though it was to wake to this morning's developments, I know that for many, this outrage will not have come as a surprise, occurring as it has at a time of profound distress and vulnerability within our Jewish communities. Now, given the vicious torrent of anti-Semitism that was unleashed following the October the 7th attacks, a dreadful manifestation of which we saw to our horror in Manchester last year, when Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue was the subject of a sickening act of terrorism on Yom Kippur. And today, as at that profoundly difficult moment, and as in the aftermath of the subsequent atrocity on Bondi Beach in Sydney, we declare once more that we stand with our Jewish friends, colleagues and neighbours. And with the oldest hatred on the rise, we assert our unwavering commitment to defeat it. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has been clear that this government will lead the way, including through a relentless national security effort, which is being mounted around the clock by MI5 and the police, who of course have our full backing in their work to detect and disrupt plots targeting the Jewish community in our country. Now, while those activities must necessarily take place away from view, our willingness to take strong and decisive action when threats present themselves has been underscored again in recent weeks, with 3 men jailed over a foiled terrorist plot targeting the Jewish community in Greater Manchester, and a separate investigation into suspected surveillance of locations and individuals linked to the Jewish community in the London area, which resulted in 2 men being charged last week under the National Security Act. Now, while our country's national security and law enforcement agencies retain a relentless focus on this threat, such is its perseverance and potency that we have a responsibility to do more. It is a terrible indictment that we should need to do this, but we must, and we are. Now, the demand for extra measures and precautions, such as those provided so expertly by the Community Security Trust, is only intensifying. That is why, in the wake of the Manchester attack, we increased funding available via the Jewish Community Protective Security Grant to a record 28 million, a level we are maintaining in the next financial year. We are also strengthening police powers for dealing with repeat protests, which have been a source of concern for many within the Jewish community. And the Home Secretary has commissioned Lord MacDonald to undertake a review to consider how public order laws can be improved to keep hate and intimidation off our streets. But we can only prevent the manifestations of this evil if we address the cause, by tackling the very existence of anti-Semitism in this country. That means adopting and enforcing a posture of zero tolerance in every part of our society. Now, the Online Safety Act will compel tech platforms to protect UK users from illegal anti-Semitic material. Meanwhile, we are acting to drive anti-Semitism out of the NHS with stronger mandatory training and an urgent review led by Lord Mann. And in recognition of the critical importance of education in preventing young minds from being polluted, we've committed £7 million to combat anti-Semitism in schools, colleges and universities. And we have launched a review led by Sir David Bell into anti-Semitism in schools and colleges, which is expected to conclude in the autumn. We do all of this and more, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it is right, because it is our responsibility, and because, as the Home Secretary has repeatedly made clear, no one should have to live a smaller Jewish life in this country. Now, I will finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, by addressing our Jewish community directly. Whether you live here in London or in any part of the United Kingdom, please know that we stand with you. We are here for you, and we will do everything in our power to keep you and your family safe. Not just today, after this appalling incident, but every day. I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Chris Field.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister, as always, for advance sight of his statement. This was a hideous anti-Semitic attack on a charity which provides ambulance services, not just for the Jewish community, but for the whole community. I saw that myself some months ago when I visited the Stamford Hill branch of Hatzola, and my colleague, the member for Castle Point, has been a great supporter of the Hatzola branch in her constituency. Let me start by thanking Hatzola and the emergency services for their response this morning. Anti-Semitic incidents are on the rise. The Jewish community has been targeted again and again, including by the Islamist murder at Heaton Park Synagogue last autumn. The Community Security Trust recorded the second highest ever number of anti-Semitic incidents last year. The truth is, the government must do a lot more to fight anti-Semitism. We've seen a recent anti-Semitic murder and a surge in anti-Semitism, but too little has been done, as this morning's outrage demonstrates. This morning, I visited the Hatsola branch in Golders Green together with my right honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary. I spoke to dozens of people this morning in Golders Green who are now living in fear, including a mother worried about sending her children to school. And anti-Semitism often goes hand in hand with Islamist extremism, a threat we know all too well. The murders on 7/7, 52 people, the murder of Sir David Amis, and the 22 victims of the Manchester Arena attack, all perpetrated by Islamist extremists. 75% of MI5's terrorism caseload relates to Islamist extremism. 94% of terrorist murders in the last 25 years were perpetrated by Islamists, and yet only 10% of the Prevent caseload is Islamist. So I asked the Minister again, as I've asked before, what is he going to do about that? In October, I asked the Home Secretary to use her powers under Section 3, Subsection 5 of the Immigration Act 1971 to remove any foreign national who expresses extremist views, sympathy for violence or terrorism or anti-Semitism or any other religious hatred. She said that she can exercise that power where someone is, quote, not conducive to the public good. It's a wide-ranging power. She should use it. The Home Secretary said she was reviewing the use of the power and promised to update the House, but we have heard nothing since. And so I ask now the Security Minister to update the House on what the government are going to do with that power. And will he use those powers to deport the perpetrators of today's attack once they've been caught, if they are not British citizens? Now, since Hamas's attack on October 7th, we have seen protesters marching on London streets openly calling for jihad and intifada. These are express calls for violence. We should no longer tolerate chants at these marches which encourage and endorse violence and which fuel anti-Semitism. They must simply not be allowed. We must do more to prevent anti-Semitic attacks happening in the first place. So will the Security Minister commit to authorising the use of intrusive surveillance powers, usually reserved for counter-terrorism or counter-state threats, to also be used to identify and prevent anti-Semitic attacks which are in the planning? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, since July 2024, 67,000 illegal immigrants have arrived here by small boat, a 45% increase on the period before. As I've said, the small boat crisis is not just a border crisis, but a national security crisis as well. How can we be sure these unvetted illegal migrants are not linked to terror groups or extremists, such as the small boat illegal migrant Mossas Al-Gassas, who had previously posted on social media brandishing a gun and spouting support for Hamas? If we are serious about protecting the public, we must leave the ECHR and remove all illegal immigrants within a week of their arrival. Mr. Speaker, warm words for the Jewish community alone are no longer enough. We need to take the tough actions that will actually make a difference, some of which I've alluded to this afternoon. The litmus test, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not the good intentions the Minister has expressed today. The litmus test is taking the tough, difficult actions that will actually eradicate anti-Semitism from this country.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me begin on what I hope is a point of consensus between the Shadow Home Secretary and myself. I think he will agree that any attack on the Jewish community isn't just an attack on the Jewish community. It's not just an attack on London. It is an attack on our whole country. And we send a very powerful message, I think, as a House of Commons if we stand together in saying that that is completely unacceptable. He referred, I think, slightly unfairly to warm words. These are not warm words. These are a statement of solidarity on behalf of government, and I hope on behalf of all of us in this place, to stand with the Jewish community at what is a very significant point of challenge for them, and we recognise that. And we give an absolute commitment to do everything that we possibly can and use every power that we have, and if there's a requirement for additional powers, we will make sure that we put those in place to keep that community safe. Now, the Right Honourable Gentleman mentioned the Community Security Trust. I do want to take the opportunity, and I know that he will join me in doing so, in paying tribute to the extraordinary dedication and work, not just of those who are employed by the CST, but the extraordinary volunteer team who I've seen, as other honourable members will have done, doing an extraordinary job under difficult circumstances. They are an inspiring organisation. I spoke to the Chief Executive this morning, and all of us I know in this place will want to do everything that we possibly can to support them. The Right Honourable Gentleman, he made a number of points, some of which I think were reasonable, some of which slightly less so. He did make, I think, an entirely valid point about the need to counter extremism in our country. These are measures that we are seeking to take. Again, I would never want to have this debate in a party political environment. We do need to clamp down on those who seek to bring hate to our country. And the Home Secretary is absolutely clear that she will use all of the powers that are available to her in order to do that. Now, the Home Secretary, I think, made a reasonable point about prevent referrals, and he's flagged it with me previously. This is not something that is new to this particular government. It goes back under the previous government, and we are looking very carefully at what we can do to ensure that there is much less of a mismatch in the way that he described, and I give him an assurance that we're looking very closely at that. He also referenced the concern that I know lots of honourable members will have about protest activity that has taken place in recent time. And that is precisely why the Home Secretary has commissioned Lord MacDonald to look at this issue, and we expect him to make recommendations as soon as he's practically able to.
Catherine West. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and could I thank also the Minister sat beside the Minister for Security for her urgent action today, and also my colleague who I know will speak shortly from the other side of Barnet. We're 4 Barnet MPs very, very upset and worried about what happened early this morning. And I just wanted to put on record huge thanks to all of the partners who have jumped into sending out huge messages of support. And it is with great gratitude that we have now a very strong security message that this will be investigated fully and no stone will be unturned so that we can find the perpetrators of this alleged incident. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to her and to other colleagues for the work that they have done. I think it is moments like this where we do see the very worst of our country, but we also see the best in terms of those brave men and women in the police, in our intelligence services and in the Fire and Rescue Service in stepping forward to do everything that they can to support. The police are engaged in a very significant operation under the way at the moment to try and track down and bring the perpetrators of this awful crime to justice. I know that they will have the Honourable Lady's support and the support of this whole House.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I, like so many Londoners, woke up this morning to the news of this cowardly attack and felt that horrible pit in my stomach of disgust and also deep concern for my Jewish friends and neighbours. I want to express my heartfelt sympathy to Jews across London and the country and to affirm that hate like this will never be normalised. It is the opposite of everything our city stands for. We welcome the government's commitment to replace the ambulances quickly, but can the Minister set out what immediate safety measures are being put in place for local residents and key Jewish sites across the country? I'd also like to reiterate that our efforts in this place must be not just on responding after the fact, but making meaningful interventions beforehand to stop distressing crimes like this happening in the first place. That means recognising that we have an anti-Semitism problem in this country, and that crucially we must take action to tackle the root causes of it. Will the Minister set out what steps the recently unveiled cohesion strategy will take to bring an end to the scourge that is anti-Semitism in this country? Likewise, will the Minister finally listen to our calls to reverse the cuts to the Metropolitan Police Officer numbers? Since May 2024, it's estimated that 2,508 officers have been lost, while the Met Commissioner has warned of the increasing difficulty in keeping Londoners safe with a shrinking force. Madam Deputy Speaker, visible policing plays a key role in deterring and investigating this kind of crime, and it reassures communities like our Jewish community because no one should live in fear as a result of their religion. So, can the Minister explain what the government will do now to get more, not fewer, police officers on our streets in London to stop horrific incidents like this from ever happening again?
Speaker, I'm grateful to him, and he's absolutely right. Hate like this will never be normalised. I spoke to the Assistant Chief Commissioner this morning, and along with senior colleagues in the Metropolitan Police, I know that there is an extensive operation underway to provide reassurance to communities across London, and there will be engagement taking place as we speak. I know that the Assistant Chief Commissioner met with community leaders earlier on this afternoon, and I know that we're expecting a statement from the Commissioner of the Met later on today. So that engagement with communities and that visible policing presence is underway. He's right to reference the cohesion strategy. Let me give him an assurance of the importance that we attach to that. There are lots of different bits of government that are engaged because this is a challenge right across the system, both in terms of the Home Office, the Department for Education, the Department for Health and local government, and we will make sure that all of that work is properly coordinated in the way that he would expect. Let me also agree with the sentiment he was making about police numbers. We've inherited a situation where police numbers were declining. The Home Secretary and colleagues in the Home Office are absolutely crystal clear that we want to drive those numbers up.
David Pinto-Didinsky.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his statement and echo his thanks to the police and the other emergency services. This anti-Semitic attack happened only a few hundred metres from my Hendon constituency. So many people in my community, both Jewish and non-Jewish alike, rely on the work of the selfless volunteers of Hatzalah, both in Golders Green and Edgware, and it's been my honour to visit Hatzalah Edgware on a number of occasions. This is not just an attack on our Jewish community, despicable though it is. It is an attack on Britain and our very core values. And it was good to meet the Prime Minister earlier today with community leaders to discuss what can be done to defeat this tide of anti-Semitism. Can the Minister give more information to the House about what is being done to coordinate between the police and community organisations to give that reassurance that my community so desperately wants?
Yeah, I can provide the honourable gentleman with the assurance that he speaks of. I know that there is extensive engagement underway throughout the course of the day, and that will continue as long as is required, along with a very visible policing presence in the right place. He's right to pay tribute to all of those who stepped forward to volunteer in the way that he described. I know that that is a huge priority for the Prime Minister to make sure that their efforts are recognised, and I know that he will understand the seriousness with which we take this issue.
Father of the House.
I think on an occasion like this, it's right that we shouldn't apportion blame, that we should try and unite as the House of Commons and say that it's fine to be a critical friend of Israel. It's not fine to go around fully masked up and call for destruction of Israel and therefore the Jewish people. But I think we should be even more positive than that. We should say that we love the Jewish people, that we think they're the most successful immigrant community we've ever had in this country. They are fantastic, and they have our complete, utter and full support, and we will protect them at every opportunity.
I agree with the Father of the House. I think he makes a very powerful point, and I think there is hopefully a consensus around all of that. I do want to take the opportunity to reiterate the government's horror as to what happened. These are despicable things that took place in the early hours of this morning. There is extensive activity underway to try and hunt those who are responsible down, and I very much hope that we'll see progress in the near future on that.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So in our synagogues each week, we pray for the King and for the Almighty to grant wisdom to all his counsellors. Never has such wisdom been more essential. For anti-Semitism and Iranian-backed terrorism are evil bedfellows. Will he join me in supporting all the work of the CST and our emergency services at this terrible time?
Yeah.
Well, I will join with him. The CST is an organisation that I think is very well known to members right across this House. I've worked closely with them for a long period of time. I think they are an inspiring organisation. The government is proud to count them as a very close and trusted partner, and I hope very much that at this moment of challenge for them and for our Jewish communities, that the whole country will stand alongside and support their work.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hatzalah is an organisation that I know very well. It supports many of my constituents and is supported voluntarily by many of my constituents. and they're attacked simply because of their connection to the Jewish community. This is why the community feels so deeply fearful right now. And the Minister rightly said that no Jew should have to lead a smaller life. But they are right now. People are having to hide symbols of their faith, and they fear that anti-Semitism is simply not taken as seriously in this country as other forms of racism. So what can the Minister do to reassure my constituents and Jews up and down the country that that isn't the case, because they are deeply worried right now?
Well, let me say to the right honourable gentleman that I can absolutely provide him the reassurance that rightly he seeks. I hope he will have seen the response earlier from the Prime Minister. I hope he will have seen the response from the Home Secretary. I hope he understands the seriousness with which this government take these issues. He's absolutely right to challenge us in the way that he has, but I give him an absolute assurance of the seriousness with which we take these issues, and we will make sure that police, the intelligence agencies, have got all of the resources they need to target those who would seek to cause division and disruption within our Jewish communities. They are precious and valued communities within our country, and this government will do everything that we can to support them.
Dame McMillan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard from my honourable friend, the member for Finchley and Golders Green, who met with Hatsola in her constituency, how only half an hour after this attack they were taking calls to support people. And they do amazing work across Hackney, the borough which I partly represent, supporting the Homerton Hospital particularly, much more than just a nice to have, but actually an essential part of our health service. But the Minister rightly raises the wider issues. I have a constituent, or a few constituents, even in my constituency, which is the smallest Jewish community now, frightened to go out of their homes, not just because of what happened today, this is prior to that. Children frightened to bring friends home from school. They are living their life in a diminished form. So can he give us a bit more information about how the cohesion strategy will help to educate adults, as the Bell inquiry will help to change our curriculum in our schools?
Well, she's right to raise the importance of the cohesion strategy, and I can give her assurance that there is a lot of work led by colleagues in MHCLG, but there's a lot of work that's taking place across government to make sure that we join that up with all the different departments. We completely recognise the concerns, the fears that have been expressed by members of the Jewish community, and we are absolutely determined to make sure that the response of this government is necessary and proportionate given the nature of the threat that they face.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely join with the Minister in condemning this evil attack and expressing my sympathy with the British Jewish community. But to build on the point my right honourable friend for Hartsmere made, we've been talking about this for years, including when I sat on the benches over there as a backbencher in the last Parliament, not least when I went to a Hanukkah event in my own constituency led by the South Buckinghamshire Jewish community in December 2024, where the rabbi opened the ceremony with the words of welcome, but saying even though they no longer feel safe to meet as a community. That should shock each and every one of us. So does the Minister accept that this doesn't need incremental change or modest change, it needs a sea change in the way we as a country put our arms around the British Jewish community and protect them?
Well, I'm grateful to him for the point in the way that he's raised it. I mean, I do accept that this government, any government, needs to do everything it possibly can to provide the reassurance that the Jewish community both need and deserve. Some of that is about resource, and I'm pleased that we've been able to increase protective security funding for Jewish communities to record levels. But he's right, there is more that needs to be done other than the allocation of resource. And that is why across government there is a range of different activities underway to try and respond to this particular threat. But I think all of us have a responsibility to be led by the government to make sure that we are crystal clear about our opposition to this activity, and that we will always do everything that we can to stand against anti-Semitism wherever it raises its ugly head.
Chris Vance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I join the Minister in condemning these abhorrent attacks that we saw in Golders Green this morning? I want to pay tribute to Rabbi Shalor, who is the rabbi in charge or that supports Harlow Jewish community. And can I pay tribute to the work she does, not only supporting that community, but supporting the wider community of Harlow. That Jewish community will rightly be concerned after the events of this morning. So what reassurance can the Minister give Harlow Jewish community that he and his government will do whatever they can to keep the Jewish community safe?
Yeah. Well, I can give him the reassurances that he seeks, and hopefully the words that I've spoken will provide reassurance to those in his community, how seriously that the government takes these kind of threats. But I think it's also important to say that this has to involve a range of different organisations, and that's precisely in my earlier remarks why I detailed the work that's taking place in academia, in the NHS, in local government, to ensure that wherever there are challenges in this regard, that our response is joined up, properly resourced, and we are clear, not just across government, but across our society, that this kind of anti-Semitic behaviour is not acceptable.
Mark Pritchard.
The United Kingdom remains one of the most tolerant nations in the world, but social cohesion, as the Minister will know, can never be taken for granted. So well as increasing security around faith schools and places of worship, which I welcome, what more can the government do with the Secretary of State for Education to teach all communities that tolerance and respect for all is a fundamental tenet of being British? Now, of course, he mentions the Bell Review, which again I welcome, the £7 million funding, which I welcome, but the Bell Review is looking at schools and colleges. It is not looking at universities. And the recent report showed that 49% of Jewish students have witnessed glorification of Hamas and Hezbollah on campus. So what more can the Minister do to work with universities, not just schools and colleges, to root out anti-Semitism?
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and I think he makes important points about social cohesion, but also more widely about the importance of activity that takes place in academia and education. I think I referenced the £7 million that the government has previously invested, and I know that the Union of Jewish Students attended the meeting with the Prime Minister earlier today. I'd also like to take the opportunity to commend the extraordinary work of the Holocaust Education Trust. It's an organisation that many members will know and will have worked closely with. They do incredible work. I think the right honourable gentleman makes important points, and let me reflect on them further.
Davey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to put on record, alongside many inside this House and outside this House, that I condemn the attack on the Jewish-run ambulance service in Golders Green. The attack was clearly anti-Semitic, and it is right that authorities treat it as such. My own constituency of Lewisham East is a diverse and inclusive place where many people of all ages and faiths live side by side peacefully. The Minister has already spoken about community cohesion, but can he also outline anything further, what immediate steps are being taken to reassure communities like mine?
Well, I'm grateful to her, and I think she makes important points. I mean, I can say to her that the immediate steps that are being taken are steps that are being taken by the Metropolitan Police, because it is absolutely vital that there is that presence, there is that reassurance, there is that engagement at community level. Having spoken to the Assistant Chief Commissioner earlier on, who's someone that I've worked very closely with previously, I know how seriously the Metropolitan Police are taking this particular issue. And I know that as we speak, there is work underway. So I can give her the reassurances that she seeks. But I also say that we can never be complacent about these things. And whilst there is clearly a focus on this activity today, we need to make sure that that continues tomorrow and for as long as is necessary.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. What happened at Golders Green this morning was simply sickening and abhorrent, and the rise of anti-Semitism is something that should alarm all of us in this House. The recent attacks on the Jewish community have been national and international in scope, and we simply don't know where the next attack might be. So can the Minister assure me that he's working with police forces right across the United Kingdom and is doing everything possible to share information and seek cooperation when required?
Well, I think he makes an important point, and he's right. It was sickening, but not surprising. I think he also makes an important point that I don't think perhaps has been reflected on previously about the truly international scale of the challenge. So yes, there are very significant challenges that we're grappling with here in the UK, but that is a shared endeavour with our international partners, and we want to work incredibly closely with them on it. His basic point about coordinating activity with the police around the country, I think, is a good and fair point, and I will make sure that that activity is underway.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This was an appalling anti-Semitic incident targeting those providing urgent medical care. Not just a criminal act, but a direct attack on our shared values of respect and tolerance. Emergency service workers should never have to fear for their safety. Can the Minister outline what immediate steps are being taken to reassure the Jewish community across the whole of the United Kingdom?
Speaker, she's right. This was sickening, and she's right to raise the important issue of reassurance. And I know that there will be a reassurance operation that is underway, being conducted by the Metropolitan Police and by other police forces around the country. It just happens to be the case that the Community Security Trust are having their annual dinner this evening. I know a number of members will be attending, and I know that there will be important messages of solidarity delivered at that gathering, both by Sir Mark Rowley and by the Home Secretary, and it's very important that that event takes place.
So Julian Lewis.
The people who carry out such attacks are mainly seeking to terrorise the target community. But the people who plan such attacks often have another end in mind, which is to set two communities at each other's throats. So without revealing anything one shouldn't about the techniques of the security service, can we spare a moment to pay tribute to those members of the Muslim community who go undercover very bravely to infiltrate plots of this sort, who are briefly seen in court, often under an assumed name when convictions are assured, and who, without whose work, many more of these plots would succeed than is actually the case?
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman makes a very sage point, and he's right, I think, to draw a distinction between those who, and I make this point in more general terms because clearly I'm not going to get into the specifics of what happened this morning, but in more general terms he's right to draw a distinction between those who plan the attacks and those who conduct the attacks. I am beyond proud of the work of our intelligence services, who recruit from lots of different backgrounds in our country. They do extraordinary work. By necessity, they do their work in the shadows. But I know I speak for the whole House when I say that we owe them a huge debt of gratitude.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I express my solidarity and the solidarity of all Rochdalians to Britain's Jewish community in the wake of this horrific attack in the ambulance station in Golders Green. But whenever such an anti-Semitic outrage has occurred, my Muslim constituents stress to me repeatedly this is not done in their name, and I want to make that absolutely clear. In fact, anti-Semitism has now become normalised, not just offline in the playground, but online everywhere, as we saw in Louis Theroux's documentary Inside the Manosphere last week. So does the Minister agree with me that Ofcom needs to take much tougher action against anti-Semitism online, and perhaps by having a specific strategy to target men and boys who are being deliberately targeted by the anti-Semites in our community?
Well, I'm very grateful to him, and I think he makes a very important point. I can give him an assurance that through the Defending Democracy Task Force, we work very closely across government and with law enforcement and look very closely at the work of Ofcom. He will know that the lead government department with responsibility is DCIT, but they sit as a key member of the task force, and we will want to assure ourselves that all of the powers are being used in an appropriate way, and if not, we want to ask why not.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister agree with Jewish
members of the Jewish community who think the hate marches increase the risk of anti-Semitic attacks? And if it does, will he ban them?
The Home Secretary has just banned a hate march.
Connor Rand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I share the Minister's disgust at the horrific arson attack today, which will further worry the Jewish community and all decent-minded people in Altrincham and Sale West and across our country. He rightly spoke of the importance of strong and decisive action to tackle the torrent of anti-Semitism. So can he tell the House when we will see concrete implementation milestones for the government's Protecting What Matters action plan?
Well, what I can say to him is that these are issues that are an urgent priority for the government. He will know that the lead department is MHCLG, but we work very closely with all government departments to ensure that our response is proportionate and in line with the nature of the threat. Whilst people's minds understandably have been focused by what has occurred this morning, I can give him an absolute assurance that we are on these matters 7 days a week and working across government to ensure that we keep the public safe.
Jack Mankin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. These despicable attacks have been claimed by Harakat al-Sab al-Yamina al-Islamiyah, a group assessed by analysts to be an Iranian proxy linked to the IRGC and Hezbollah. Emma Schubert of the Henry Jackson Society has warned this reflects a pattern of coordinated attacks on Jews across Europe. Does the government share this assessment, and if so, when is the government going to finally prescribe the IRGC? The best time to do that had been 10 years ago. The second best time is now.
I know that he will understand that given that there is a live counter-terrorism police operation underway, it would not be appropriate for me to speculate about the linkage of this activity with other activities that have taken place on continental Europe. I hear his point about the prescription of the IRGC. I hope that he will understand that the government commissioned Jonathan Hall to look at the issue of our terrorism legislation. Mr Hall has made a series of recommendations, the essence of which is that we need new legislation in order to be able to prescribe state-backed entities, and the government intends to bring forward that legislation as soon as we possibly can.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we shouldn't be surprised at the attacks which happened in Golders Green last evening, because after all, we have been promoting this anti-Semitism in various ways across the United Kingdom. Whether it's the sectarianisation of politics that we have seen by some parties directed towards the Jewish community, whether it's a Labour council in Kent promoting an art show which shows Jews eating babies with blood dripping from their teeth, or a chief constable trying to ban Jewish fans based on lies, or the leader of the Green Party now encouraging councils to boycott trade with Israel, even though that would be illegal. Does that not set the atmosphere that Jewish people are a target because Jewish people in some way are doing things that are evil and wrong?
Well, I don't think anybody was surprised by what happened this morning, but it's the absolute requirement of government to make sure that our response is proportionate given the nature of the threat. And I think ultimately all individuals and all organisations have a responsibility for their own conduct. And some of the points that he makes, I think, are not unreasonable. There has been, in my view, an unacceptable climate in recent times where certain sections of certain organisations have thought that it is almost acceptable to allow this kind of anti-Semitic hate. That is not the view of this government. The view of this government is that it's completely unacceptable, and that is why we are organising to make sure that we've got the resources marshalled in the right place at the right time to give our Jewish communities the reassurance that they absolutely need and deserve.
This was a horrific attack on the Jewish community, but whilst Jewish communities experience disproportionately high levels of anti-Semitic incidents, offences targeting Jewish victims are statistically far less likely to result in a prosecution. So does the Minister accept the Jewish community does not trust that the law will work to protect them, and what further assurances can he provide to them at this difficult time?
I completely understand that many members of the Jewish community are living their lives under the threat of the kind of activities that we saw this morning. But I hope that nobody here thinks that that is remotely acceptable. And that is why we all have a responsibility to redouble our efforts and to make sure not only are we seeking to provide that reassurance, but more practically, we're putting in place the right laws, the right powers, and making sure that we've got the right resource to take on that threat.
If you're ready, Liz Savile-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Dr Pwlefarydd, and of course my thoughts are with the Jewish community in North London. There is something particularly abhorrent about the destruction of ambulances here, and actions motivated by extreme hatred must be condemned. No one anywhere should be made to feel at risk because of their race or their religion. So there is a question here, how are risks to the wider Jewish community, particularly those communities that are perhaps scattered or individual families or even individuals, being assessed, this of course is relevant to Wales, being assessed at present because so many people feel at risk?
Well, I completely agree with her. It's beyond abhorrent that anyone would seek to target ambulances providing extremely important, valuable public service in the way that we've seen this morning. But she's also right to make the wider point about ensuring that no communities are left behind. And whilst the attack this morning has taken place in London, as I mentioned in my earlier remarks, we saw a terrible terrorist attack take place in Greater Manchester last October. So wherever we have Jewish communities in our country, we need to make sure that with the police and with the range of other organisations are providing the support that is obviously now required.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a previous incarnation, I was fortunate enough to be a parliamentary candidate in Hackney, and I was invited to go and meet the Hatzola in Stamford Hill, and I was blown away by the incredible work that they do. The fact that they are integrated into London Ambulance Service and provide such a vital community resource is extremely commendable, and I would like to pay tribute to them first of all. I'm conscious that emergency workers are incredibly vulnerable at the best of times, and given that Hatzola is obviously liveried, clearly marked as effectively Jewish, what steps is he taking to mitigate the additional vulnerabilities of the Hatzola crews going forwards to make sure that they aren't targeted in any sort of type of copycat attacks?
Well, I'm grateful to him for his remarks about Hatzola and the important work that they do. I think he's made a good point about whether there is more that we can do to provide support and reassurance to emergency workers engaged in quite literally life-saving activity. I know he will understand that this is an incident that only took place a number of hours ago, so we're dealing with the immediate response to it. But I think he has made a good point, and I give him a commitment that I will look carefully at it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the additional support this government is providing to our Jewish community? I know as a Muslim, how reassured the Muslim community was following arson attacks at a mosque. But one of the biggest problems I see is on social media, especially on X, with extreme anti-Semitic remarks around this particular incident. What we know is that this voluntary ambulance service wasn't just serving the Jewish community, but all communities. And this abhorrent and callous act, the perpetrators must be apprehended. Does the Minister agree that it's not just apprehension, but the expediency of that apprehension as to send a deterrence that if you attack any community member or any community asset, it's an attack on every single person in this country?
Well, I'm very grateful to him for his remarks, which I know will be appreciated in the Jewish community. I think he's right to raise the considerable concerns that exist in every corner of this House about the threat that exists online. I hope he sees that we take that incredibly seriously. There's a lot of work underway, led by the Defending Democracy Task Force, and he will know that we've commissioned Philip Rycroft to conduct a review into this area. The Online Safety Act will provide some protections, but the government has been crystal clear. If they are not sufficient, we will need to do more.
Dr. Andrew Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister, among the many reviews he cited, mentioned Jonathan Hall's review, but it's getting a bit long in the tooth. Surely, given the events in North London and the Middle East this month, the reviews that he made should now be expedited, since there appears to be cross-party support for the concept that the IRGC should be prescribed? And can he say why it is that the Wagner Group, which is a state-linked entity, can be prescribed, but evidently the IRGC cannot be, even without changing the Terrorism Act?
Well, I think the right honourable gentleman makes a good point. Jonathan Hall, who has done a lot of good work in this particular area, has made recommendations which the government have accepted. And we are looking very closely at what is the best way in which we can provide the legislation that he recommends. I take his point about urgency. He will understand, as a very experienced member of this House, that I would be
sure your phone is on silent or switched off. Tonight's event begins now.
The party to put in place people in shadow positions, and that process begins today.
To be a rich nation, you have to have cheap energy. Courage to get rid of the madness of what we've politely coined net stupid zero, which has been so damaging to our industrial competitiveness and so expensive for everybody at home. We can re-industrialize Britain. We can re-energize Britain. We can renew Britain. And yes, we can rebuild Britain.
More than any party, we are going to take care with your money. We're in politics for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Britain's economy is broken, but it can and it will be fixed with reform.
1 in every 25 people in Britain today arrived in the last 5 years. Britain has been overwhelmed by immigration, both legal and illegal. We will secure our borders. We will deport people who are in this country illegally. We will keep British people safe. Nigel Farage, as our Prime Minister, will make Britain poised, proud, prosperous and powerful.
This is not education as it should be. I know what is possible because I've seen it with my own eyes, guided by a traditional curriculum, firm discipline, and the unshakable belief in every child's potential. A reform government will restore freedom to our schools and restore authority to our teachers to uphold order, standards, and respect. A patriotic, balanced curriculum that fosters a love of our great country. That's the
to the Labour government, and we intend to campaign in even more seats than we thought this time yesterday as May the 7th approaches, which is our next big landmark moment.
Welcome to the Reform Will Fix It local election tour. Live from Ipswich in the county of Suffolk. Please welcome political commentator and broadcaster Charlie Rowley.
Good evening, Suffolk! You can do better than that. I said, good evening, Suffolk! Oh, that's more like it. Hello, and welcome to Reform UK's We Will Fix It tour for the local elections 2026! Oh, and thank you so much for being with us on a Monday night. I have to apologise to people that might be tuning in online. We were slightly delayed because I am pleased to say that this event was completely oversubscribed. We've had to fit more people in, so thank you for bearing with us. Thank you all for making the journey this evening. And what a lineup we have for you tonight. We've got interviews, but which we'll be getting after your views in a second. But we've got some fantastic speakers this evening. We'll have your local lad and Reform UK chairman, Dr. David Bull. Yes, he'll be setting out exactly why you should be a member of Reform UK, and he will be followed by no less than your Shadow Chancellor, Robert Jenrick. And of course, the main man himself, the leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage is here. Lots of love in the room for Nigel, understandably so. But as well as those fantastic speakers, we've got a few special tricks up our sleeves. We've got some candidates that are standing in the local elections. Let's hear it for the candidates in the front rows here. Very good. We've also got members. These are people that have paid their membership to become Reform UK members. They are supporters. Let's hear it for the members in the House. But most importantly of all, we have local residents. Now, these are people that might not necessarily be members of Reform UK. They might not have looked to Reform UK yet, but they are here tonight to hear what all of our speakers have to say. They could be needing to be convinced. They might be very interested in what Reform have got to say, and they are people here to listen to our politicians to ensure that when it comes to the 7th of May, they know who they're going to vote for. But we're going to now talk to all of those three categories, our candidates, our members, and members of the public. And I have to say, this is my favourite part of the evening. It's when everyone starts to relax. Now, we've got some, I think, candidates here in the front row, have we not? Yes. Hello there. What's your name and where are you standing?
Hi, I'm Alistair Jeffries and I'm standing in Rushmere.
Rushmere? Any people from Rushmere? Very popular town, or ward, I should say.
Village.
Village, my apologies. I'm not local, as you can tell. But I would love to be, and I might be, depending on what you may achieve at council if you're elected for local services. So why are you standing as a Reform UK local candidate?
I'm standing because I think Reform UK is the patriotic choice in this election. The Conservatives are...
Yes, a lot of love in the room. Yes, yes.
The Conservatives have completely failed us, and what we're looking at in Suffolk is it's either going to be a Green-controlled county council or a Reform-controlled county council, and we know which one most people here will prefer, so...
There we go. Can I come down this... Are we candidates here as well? Yes, there's a strong nod there. Hello, madam.
My name's Georgia. I'm standing for Carlford.
Carlford? Anyone from Carlford? A few people. And why are you standing as a Reform UK local candidate?
I think Britain needs change. You know, it's great. I love Reform. I think it's time they come in. We've got so many issues in Suffolk. We've got terrible potholes. We've got all sorts of issues. I think everyone here agrees about the potholes, but I think it's time we get Reform in.
Well, it sounds like it. You're absolutely right. Give it up for our candidates here. Can we just shoot back round to another candidate here? I see sporting a Reform UK football shirt. If I just pivot round here, if that's okay. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Where are you standing?
So I'm standing in Bury St Edmunds. My name's Simon Alders.
A lot of people in from Bury St Edmunds tonight.
It's a great town.
And why did you decide that you wanted to become a local candidate?
2 reasons. Save the county, save the country. And that's it.
Well, a lot of support there. Couldn't have said it better myself. So those are our candidates, or just a few of our candidates, and we'll be talking to a couple of other candidates that are standing for Reform UK across the country, not just here in Suffolk. But we're now going to talk to some members and local residents. Hello. And I discovered on my walkabout before a group of people here, a gaggle of gals, if I can call you that. And we'll start with you wearing the lovely Reform-coloured themed hat there. Hello.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
You're very pleased to be here.
I'm very pleased to be here.
Why are you here this evening? And what made you come out on a Monday night here in Suffolk?
It's a must.
It's a must?
It has to be a must. Yeah.
And who are you looking forward to seeing?
All of them.
All of them?
Yeah,
all of them.
Nigel.
And are you members of Reform, or are you just...
Not yet.
So you're not members... Oh, we have a member here?
Yeah, I'm a member.
Hands straight up there. Say again.
I've been a member 2 years now.
A member 2 years. And what made you decide to become a member of Reform UK?
Because I love our country.
Right.
And I think Nigel's the only one who's standing up for us.
Well, there you are. You heard it here from some of our residents. Let's keep walking back. Hello. Oh, there's a woman there's catching my eye. Hello. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well.
Good.
We could have this conversation all night, couldn't we?
I love watching you on GB News.
Oh, that's very kind. Oh,
Absolutely love it.
Well, that's. Oh, I'll slip you a fiver later on. Are you a member, local resident?
I'm not. I'm a local resident, but I'm not a member of Reform. I'm here to see what they've got to say, and I'm really interested. I'm incredibly worried about the state of the country at the moment, and I really think Reform are going to help.
Okay. And is there anything in particular that you think, Reform have attracted you to be here tonight? What is it about the country that you think is really broken that Reform
I'm
can
really
fix?
worried about the NHS at the moment. I've worked in the NHS in some shape or form for the last 42 years. And to be perfectly honest with you, I'm on frontline services and I've never felt such despair as what I feel now.
Yep.
And I really, really hope that Reform can come in and sort things out.
Well, there we are. A lot of people, I think, agree with that. So very good. Thank you very much. Lovely to chat to you. Hello. Well, I think because a lot of people have been here this evening, they were waiting for some time. I think we should chat to a couple more people. Hello, there's a nice couple of people around here. Hello. Hello, what's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan, and are you a local resident? Or?
I'm a member.
You're a member of
Reform.
Yeah. Okay, and why did you decide to join Reform UK?
Massive fan of Nigel Farage, and I think, like everybody in this room, we've had enough of Keir Starmer and them idiots, and it's time to get Nigel Farage in.
The most popular response of the night, and there's a man here avoiding eye contact with me, so don't worry, we'll move on. I'm used to that. Hello. You're looking up at me here. What's your name?
Ellie.
And are you a member? Or
I'm a member.
You're a member of... And why did you decide to become a member? When did you become a member?
Just over a year now.
Over a year?
Yeah. I was with the other Blues, but I changed my mind.
And what was it? There we are. Yes, support in the room. Now, can I take from that, when you say the other Blues, you mean the Tories, the Conservatives?
Yeah.
And what was it specifically, or more generally, that that made you decide that actually the Tories no more and it's all about reform?
They never come across. They kept saying they were going to, and they never did. And, as far as immigration's concerned, it was the promises and the lies. They never did do it. So, it's just, we need reform. We need reform.
Well, there you are.
Yeah.
Something that's shared, I think, within the House this evening. I can't quite make it to the back, but can we have a wave at the back there? Hello! Give us a cheer at the back. There we are. Well, that's fantastic. Well, we've heard from candidates that are standing in the local elections. We've heard from members. We've heard from residents. We've got a quick stand here. If we can just pivot the camera there to our good friend Joseph that is manning the stand. If you feel like becoming a candidate, you can. You can go and see Joseph. He'll tell you all about the process. And we'll move on down to this wonderful stand here. Lots of merchandise. If you don't want to become a candidate, I should say, but you still want to give your support, you could purchase some merchandise. We saw a football shirt in the front row there. We've got them here tonight. We've got badges. We've got a book here. We've got a woolly hat. Let's look at this. It's becoming summer, so it might be slightly redundant, but for the winter months, I think something you'll need. I'm just going to give that to you, sir. There you are. You could use that. 25 minutes he spent doing his hair this evening and then forgot to bring it with him. Anyway, here we go. We'll move on down here. We've got lovely people on the front row here. What we're going to do now, folks, is introduce, as I said earlier on, two of our candidates, or two Reform's candidates, I should say. Not necessarily just for Norfolk, but right across the country. We're going to have a quick interview with them before we kick off the night with our main speeches. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a warm Reform welcome to June Mummery and Robin Hunter-Clark. Hello to you both. Welcome. Welcome to our
Good
set.
evening. Thanks for having us, Charlie.
Absolutely a pleasure. What do you think of our set this evening?
Isn't it
wonderful.
Don't we have a good set, ladies and gentlemen? Don't we have a good set here tonight?
Hello, Suffolk.
Brilliant. Great audience.
Now, let's have a quick chat. June, if I can start with you, if I can.
Yes.
You are running as a candidate for... well, you won in the by-election. You are
Yes.
on Suffolk
Recently.
County Council recently in December. But you first stood as a Brexit MEP and won and
Yes,
became...
I did.
That wasn't for a particularly long period of time, but you've been in politics for a while, but you came in at that level. Tell us about your journey. Why the Brexit Party? Why Nigel Farage? And now why Reform?
Well, I campaigned and lobbied very hard for the fishing industry because obviously we were going in dreadful decline. And the only person that listened to me and took it seriously was Nigel. And after we had the Brexit referendum, and we thought we were taking back full control of our waters and the rich, lucrative resource, we didn't, and we were stabbed in the back. The Tories made an absolute disaster of that
They betrayed us,
and betrayed us. And then, obviously, Nigel formed the Brexit Party. Thank goodness he did. And he asked me to stand, and I won and was over in the EU with Nigel and my colleagues for 9 months. And obviously took us out.
And June, of course, got elected in a by-election only a few months ago.
Yeah.
Massive result in Lowestoft, wasn't it, June?
Yeah.
Massive
So,
result.
Yeah, huge, 49% recently, over Christmas, which is a real tough campaign in the weather and being a Christmas period. So I'm really proud now to be a county councillor in Suffolk. And I'm working really hard. In fact, I got a motion passed only last week to look at the cost of double yellow lines and the extortionate amount of money that's charged. A simple job that I took on was 30 metres, 15 metres each side of the road. And I said, well, how much will that cost? £6,000. That's half a day's work and a half a tin of yellow paint. So I asked for that to be looked into, break it down. The actual job, 950 quid. The other £5,000 was going to legal fees. So I campaigned for that last week and got that through as a motion, which will now be looked at. So that money, thank you.
A lot of support for that, June. Very good. It's the party of common sense. We're going to put a stop to all this.
Yeah.
Right?
So the change, just talk me through the change, because starting off as a Brexit MEP,
Yes.
You're in Brussels, you see the amount of money that's sent across to the EU that was wrongly spent, lots of UK taxpayers' money.
Yes.
Obviously, we came out of the EU under the Brexit vote, but you're now standing, obviously, again, as a local candidate. You won that by-election, but you're standing on the 7th of May, and you're still, it sounds like, you know, there is still a lot of savings to be made in local councils, lots of money that's wasted. So the Doge... People will hear about Doge, that Reform have been able to put forward. Is that something that, you know, is really important to you?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, the Suffolk County Council is £756 million in debt. And it's incredible. And just the stuff that I was looking at last week, you know, where I was horrified. So if I can stand there, I've only been in power 3 months, or in my role in 3 months. What do you think, you know, that we could do? If we get in, and bearing in mind we've had Tories in for 21 years, and not once had they looking at the cost, but the legal fees of double yellow lines and the very simplest.
I mean, look, the Conservatives have mismanaged these councils for years, and it's now time for us to go in, sort it out, and of course Doge is a big part of that.
Well, is it 3 months in as a councillor? You've made great strides already, so congratulations to you and all the best for the 7th of May. Bronwyn, you're talking about Doge, you're absolutely right, but you're a district councillor in Norfolk.
Norfolk, yeah. So I lead the group of 5 of us at the moment on Brecon District Council. I'll be standing in the Norfolk County Council elections. I was first elected. You might be able to tell. So no, we're doing great work in opposition at the moment at Breckland in Norfolk. But the real task is now for us to win these elections and bring about the reform. I mean, who drove here tonight? Who hit a pothole?
Who drove here tonight? Hands up, audience. Who drove here tonight? A sizable number of you? Yes.
A sizable number. You all hit potholes. We've got to sort the state of our roads out. We're doing that in the county councils we currently control. We're doing a great job. And when we control Suffolk County Council and Norfolk County Council, we'll sort the roads out. I promise you.
Well, there we are. And a lot of people in the room sounds like they support you. But how do you grow a group from being a team of 5? I know you are at the district council, but how does that group grow? What do you have to say to people to, if they're a current councillor, to say, come over, come over to Reform? Or how do you inspire people to stand as a Reform councillor?
You know what? 90% of the people standing have never done it before. And hats off to them. We've got real, ordinary, decent people standing for us in this election, and I'm very, very proud of that. It's time to get rid of all these people who've let us down across the 2 counties and to have real political change, new people in these roles, and that's what we're doing, isn't it, June?
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. There's some wonderful people standing.
Yep, lots of support there. Yes, please.
Thank
Applaud,
you.
applaud.
Thank you. Yeah, we've got some superb candidates. They're already in training. We're spending a lot of time with them getting ready for when they win their seats to get in there and get on with some hard graft, because it will take some hard work, huge decisions, and my faith is fully in the way that Reform will do things.
And so my sort of final question to both of you, because you're both standing, and as I said before, look, the majority of people in this room tonight are not members of Reform. They're not candidates. They are members of the public that have come down to hear from
And just
you.
to point out on that, no other party has public meetings like Reform, right? This is unique in British politics.
You're absolutely right. So far on this tour, we've been to the Isle of Wight, we've been to Basingstoke, we've been to Thurrock, we've been to Swindon, we've been to Milton Keynes. We're here tonight, and we're going up to other places in the north.
And may I just say, we wouldn't be having these elections if it wasn't for Reform.
You are absolutely right. So the final question then is, because a lot of people were saying that they might have voted for other parties in the past. You're both candidates on the 7th of May. Why is it important that people then vote, A, for you, but more broadly, for Reform UK at the local elections on the 7th of May?
Well, like I said, the Conservatives have been in for 21 years, and in my opinion, and looking at the situation last week, they have failed people, and the taxpayer deserves so much more. And the majority of my job is highways. I mean, come on, how much is the average car these days? £30,000. It's a big part of your money. To run a car is £250, £300 per month. With the price of petrol, you've got your lovely car, you cherish it, and all of a sudden you go down the pothole. I mean, that's wrong. Our car tax goes to the coffers in government. We then, obviously, it comes back. But they're taking the majority of that back in legal fees. It just doesn't add up. So, for everybody here that runs a car and for other situations that happen in the county, Reform is the only party that will change.
Loud and clear. And very briefly,
the Conservatives have mismanaged these councils. They've got them into millions and millions of pounds worth of debt. Reform are going to go in and fix them, and this is all part of the plan for the next few years. Let's take control of these councils, and let's take control of the government come the next general election, and let's put Nigel Farage into number 10 Downing Street.
Yes.
Well, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of love in the room for what you've both said. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give it up, gentlemen. Please give a warm round of applause to my 2 guests this evening, June Mummery and Robin Hunter-Clark.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I spoke a little bit earlier on about who was coming up tonight to give you some brilliant speeches and insight all about Reform UK, and no better than to kick things off tonight with someone who has been your local lad. He is your chairman of Reform UK. Please, let's take a look at him in action.
I'm Dr. David Bull. I'm chairman of Reform UK. I've had a very different backstory. I'm a medical doctor by training, and I've worked for 30 years in television. I've been involved in politics really for many years, but I became a Brexit Party MEP in 2019. I was then deputy leader of the party, and now I'm really proud to say I'm chairman of the party. And so I suppose my passion for politics has always been about fairness. This is about ensuring that people get access to healthcare, that we keep the NHS free at the point of need, but at the same time actually improve the service so people get really good outcomes, and so they are better than we are currently seeing, where we are falling far behind Europe. So for me, it's all about fairness. It's about putting British people first. It's about reinvigorating this great country and putting great back into Britain. I've been on a very long political journey. In 2019, I became a Brexit Party MEP, and one of the proudest moments of my life is voting for Brexit, carrying the Union flag out of the European Parliament. We got on the Eurostar, we took the Union flag back to where it belonged. It's extraordinary to be part of political history. I've no doubt about that. There's something inside that says this is a semblant moment in British history. This is the moment when politics changed for good. I've never felt anything quite like this. I know we're on a mission. I can feel it. I can sense it whenever I go outside and talk to people. People are desperate for change. They're tired of the two-party system, and they believe that Reform UK can deliver it, and we are going to prove them right. And the next step for us is to show the public that we are ready, we are competent, we are going to form the next party of government, and we are going to smash the political system. Britain needs reform.
Chairman of Reform UK, Dr. David Bull!
Thank you. Thank you. Well, a very good evening to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just tell you, it is so good to be here in my home county of Suffolk. Good evening. And Charlie, thank you so much. You've done a wonderful job tonight. Do you know the thing about being here in Suffolk, and I think everyone here will agree with me, I am sick and tired of us all being ignored. We hear about the Midlands, we hear about Scotland, we hear about Wales, we hear about everywhere in the country apart from East Anglia, and under a Reform UK government, that stops now. Charlie, thank you so much, and lovely to see you as well, June. Obviously, we served together in the European Parliament, and Robin, also wonderful to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Rowley. Well, a very good evening to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. David Bull, and I am extremely proud to be the chairman of Reform UK. Now, I'm so delighted, as I said, to be here in my home county of Suffolk. Now, my family have lived here in this county for over 50 years, which means, even by Suffolk standards, we are now finally considered to be locals. Oh, yeah. I actually live in a small village near Framlingham. Yeah, well done, Framlingham. My sister is my neighbour across a field. My mum, who is here tonight, is a few miles away, as is my brother, my sister-in-law, who are also here tonight. And my 5 nephews and nieces, they come and see me. They see their crazy uncle when they hate their parents, which seems to be rather a lot. Now, I grew up here, I went to school here, my friends are here, and they have families here as well. They are farmers, they're entrepreneurs, they're business people, they're doctors, and they're also nurses. So I really care about Suffolk and its people. Now, Suffolk has been taken for granted for far too long by the Tory party and the Labour Party, and I am absolutely determined that under a Reform UK government that stops once and for all. The people of Suffolk will always be at the front and centre of everything we at Reform UK do going forwards. Now, I don't need to tell you, but Suffolk really is the most extraordinary county. Human activity actually dates back some 70,000 years. The Romans inhabited this very county. That was then followed by waves of invasions, most notably by the Vikings. And the county of Suffolk itself was formed in the 10th or 11th century. In fact, the name Suffolk actually originates from the Old English sawo, meaning south, and folk, meaning folk or people. So, the people of Suffolk were the South folk of East Anglia. Now, Suffolk has a very rich history, which we all know. It's, of course, home to Sutton Hoo, to Framlingham and Orford Castles, the Abbey at Bury St Edmunds, the wool towns of Lavenham and Hadley, and they flourished in the 15th and 16th centuries. So Suffolk has always had a very proud history, and under a Reform UK government, I and the party will ensure that Suffolk will have a very proud future, and I give you my pledge on that. But you see, there's something really interesting going on here in Suffolk. Suffolk is a really fascinating political area. It used to be a Tory stronghold, and also a whopping 30%. It returned a Labour a whopping 30%. It returned a Labour MP to Suffolk Coastal, and that is the first time in my living memories. Now, the Tories held central Suffolk, but with a much reduced majority. But if you fast forward to today, let me tell you the latest polling. I looked at it today. Here in Suffolk, it shows Reform UK is on track to take 7 of the 8 Suffolk parliamentary seats, and that is pretty extraordinary. And I think it's pretty clear, at the next election, both main parties will be smashed into oblivion, and I say, bring it on. So back to tonight, it really is so good to see so many of you here tonight. I know we're oversubscribed. But amongst you, some of you are supporters of the party. Some of you are members. But many of you have never had an affiliation with a political party. And some of you refuse to vote because you know you will be ignored. And I don't blame you. Because people here in this area voted to leave the European Union. And what happened? The establishment fought against you, and they continue to fight against you. They do not care what people like you think. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why the whole lot need to be booted out of office tomorrow. Now, it's not just you, actually. I'm seeing people venting anger and frustration as I travel around the country. I've been on the road since I became chairman the last 9 months, and I have seen 7,000 people. People just like you. From Burnley to Sunderland, Penrith to Hull to Milton Keynes to Wigan, Walsall to Aberdeen, Llandudno to Preston. And across the country, the message is the same. It could not be clearer. This current government, and I hope you agree with me, is the worst government any of us have ever seen in our lifetimes. And quite frankly, that is a pretty low bar, is it not? This government is directionless, it's rudderless, it's devoid of principles, policies, it lacks any kind of coherence. Now, successive governments, both Tory and Labour, promised to control immigration. They lied. They both promised your taxes wouldn't rise. Well, they lied. And they both promised the economy was safe in their hands. Guess what? They lied. Now, great countries need a great leader. What do we have? Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer is a failed human rights lawyer who prefers Davos to Devon. He is a man ridiculed this week by the President of the United States. He is a man who languishes with a net approval rating of, wait for this, -47. In fact, his approval rating is now so bad that at this point, the taxman, the rail replacement buses to London, and even the bloated BBC are more popular than Keir Starmer. And this government, the Labour government, is out of ideas and out of time. They have absolutely no idea what they're doing. They're now on their 16th U-turn. When you look at what they've done, they have trashed the economy and they have kicked every single business where it hurts. They have launched full frontal attacks on our farmers, on our industrial base, on our pubs, on people who work hard, and worst of all for me as a medic, they have attacked our pensioners, and that is absolutely disgraceful. They've also presided over rocketing energy costs and worship on this stupid altar of net zero. Let me tell you, in Easton and Leathering, which are two villages very near to me, they are planning a vast solar farm of 220 acres. That is 139 football pitches on prime agricultural land, blighting our beautiful landscape and impacting surrounding villages. Ladies and gentlemen, it is utter madness. Shame on them. We need food security. We need to look after our agricultural farms, and that is utterly unacceptable. And unforgivably, they have allowed the illegal invasion of our country to continue unabated. 41,000 people came here illegally last year. That is the second highest number of crossings ever recorded. So let me be clear, only a Reform UK government will stop this country being invaded once and for all. You see, the government knows it's in deep trouble, and it's now lashing out, accusing Reform UK of wanting to privatise the NHS. We hear it all the time, don't we? Well, I'm a medical doctor. I also happen to be the person who wrote our health policy. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a blatant lie. It smacks of desperation, and under a Reform UK government, the NHS will remain free at the point of need. But here's the problem. Labour aren't the only liars in town. The Tories also betrayed your trust. And people I've spoken to around this country know that it was the Tories that broke Britain. Let me remind you, the Tories presided over record tax hikes, a cost of living crisis, austerity, and public service erosion. It was the Tories that bankrupted the country. They missed house building targets, and unforgivably, they betrayed Brexit. And the Tories destroyed the NHS, and worst of all, they turned this country into a police state in the COVID pandemic. They consigned elderly people to die alone, frightened, and without family, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is totally and utterly unacceptable, is it not? But it was also the Tories that were responsible for an open-door immigration policy. They let in nearly 150,000 illegal migrants. And under Boris Johnson, the Boris wave, remember that? They allowed 3.8 million unskilled migrants legally into this country. And let me tell you, of that 3.8 million, half of them will never work. People around the country, and here in Suffolk, should never forgive the Tories for what they did. So that brings me to where we are now. Well, I believe passionately that Reform UK really is the last chance for this country. We are the fastest growing political party in this country. We're now the largest political party. Since I've been chairman, we have gained 5,000 new members every single month of my tenure. And as you heard from June, we won a seismic victory against the government. They tried to cancel elections for you, for 4.5 million people in this country. It was unacceptable, it was wrong, it was undemocratic. And we fought it. And thanks to that fight mounted by Reform UK, that wrong has been put right, and you are now going to be able to vote on May the 7th. We now have 8 members of Parliament. I wake up every day and count how many I've got every day. And let me tell you, we are not stopping there. Now, people keep saying to me, oh, you've peaked. Reform UK has peaked. I see it all over the television. Now, they told that to us when we were at 2%. When I was deputy leader, we were at 9%. You've peaked. Well, guess what? We are now at 30% and growing. This is utter fantasy. And to prove them wrong, we have led the last 250 opinion polls, and the latest polls have us on course to win a thumping parliamentary majority. But look, the news gets even better, because it means we will see the end to big Labour figures. Out go Angela Rayner, she goes. Rachel Reeves, she's off. Bye, Rachel. And my favourite of all, Mad Ed Miliband, you're out. They all bite the dust. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, the future is bright, the future is turquoise. But look, this can only happen with your help. This is your chance to be part of our movement and change British political history. Really, every one of you sitting here tonight can make all the difference. We need you to support us, to become members, and most importantly, to put your names forward to stand for us at these elections in just over 6 weeks' time. Just look at the difference people just like you have made so far. You heard from June, you heard from Robin. Now, in Staffordshire, Reform UK has saved 63 county farms from being sold. In Derbyshire, we cleared the pothole backlog we inherited. It went down from 17,000 down to 0 in the first 10 months of taking control. And in West Northamptonshire, Reform served notice on all 3 asylum hotels in the area, and we at Reform UK are determined to shut every single asylum hotel permanently in this country. I'm going to end where I started. Suffolk is my home, and I am fed up of being let down by Parliament in London. Now, in 45 days, on May the 7th, it is your opportunity to vote here in Suffolk. I'll end here by saying this. This is your chance to show the 2 main parties how angry you really are. And the way to do that, ladies and gentlemen, is to vote for Reform UK. Well, we're doing pretty well across the country now. Here, we have 75 county councillors who are elected by the residents of Suffolk to make decisions on your behalf. Now, Reform UK currently has 6 serving councillors, but I imagine after May the 7th, we will have many more councillors. Now, our first speaker is the leader of the Reform UK group on Suffolk County Council. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Councillor Christopher Hudson.
Good evening, Suffolk. I hope you're well. Nice to see you. Look around this room, ladies and gentlemen, and what do you see? You see and you feel hope. And that is something that has been lacking in our country for far too long. We must grasp it, we must love it, and it must be at the heart of our policies as a party and our country. For too long, we have languished in a state of despair. This is what change will look like. We're not here to tinker around at the edges. We've come to change things. Not change for change's sake, but to change things for the better, for you, the main stakeholders of our country. For too long, Westminster has taken towns like Ipswich for granted. They've taxed us too hard. They've governed us appallingly. And they've ignored us completely. Enough is enough. Their days are numbered because Reform UK is here and now, and we're not going anywhere. We're back and we're coming in force. We believe in common sense. And listen to this, in strong borders, not open borders. We believe in low taxes because the money should be allowed to fructify in the pockets of the people and not taken by those who think they can do better with your money. And we'll stop them from taking it. A simple thing that my mum and dad tried to teach me, perhaps not very well. Common sense. It seems to be lacking in far too many of our policies. So strong borders, the low taxes, putting the British people first. And isn't it time that somebody backed our farmers? How many more suicides are we going to see? How much inheritance tax that's literally screwing them, screwing our country and ruining the future for future generations? We need food security, and this government is endangering it. What about our fishermen as well? They've been royally stitched up, and we need to bring them back. And that's why I'm really proud that June Mummery is here, because she's a good champion for our fishing industry, royally stitched up, and we need to put it back on the map so that we've got fish security, food security, and we can stand up and be proud. We in Reform are not afraid to say what others dare not say. Controlled immigration. Not open borders. We haven't got a Scooby-Doo who's coming into this country. We do not know what is going on, and we live in dangerous times. The first duty of any government is to protect the people. We demand efficient public services, not bloated bureaucracies. And we need a government that serves the people, not itself. As I often say, the people are the masters. You. Not me, not the elected members. We are the servants. The people are the masters. And without your say-so, we're bankrupt stock. Let's be clear, everybody. Britain is totally broken. But reform is here. We're the repair kit. We're the emergency kit that's needed more than ever. What are we fighting for? Real tax cuts that puts money back in your pockets. British energy independence. How can we be sitting on 300 years of coal and 1,000 years of oil and letting it be squandered for net zero and at that absolute cretin Miliband and his policies? You heard Dr. Bull say, we will not be harming the NHS, we will be helping it. NHS reform. Why? Because frontline staff are to be valued and patients come first. They've laughed at us in Westminster. They say we're too bold, we're too blunt, we're too patriotic. Imagine that. Too patriotic. You know what I say? Good. Because that means we're doing something right. Suffolk has a choice. Carry on with the same old parties, making the same old excuses and many more mistakes. Or we join a movement that puts our community, our country, and your future first. We are the voice of the working people, the people who have never even turned out to vote. There are millions who can't be motivated to vote, and I can't blame them because they've nothing to vote for apart from a uni party. We are the voice of them. We are the answer to broken politics. Remember, we are Reform UK, and we've only just started to get moving. There's more to come. So I say to everybody, let's get out there and win the fight of our lives. Because make no mistake, if we are not successful in reform, you can kiss goodbye to the girls and kiss goodbye to the United Kingdom. I'm saying this not for ourselves as a party or for you good people who are here this evening. I'm saying it for every forgotten town, every silenced voice, every proud Brit who's ready to stand up, be counted and say, enough is enough. Let's reform Suffolk and reform Great Britain. Thank you.
Christopher, thank you very much indeed. Well, our next speaker caused quite a sensation in January of last year, or this year actually. It was only 2 months ago, and it all started when Kemi Badenoch panicked, thinking he was going to leave the Tory party and join Reform UK. So she took to social media to fire him in the most public way possible, trying to get the upper hand, if you remember. Unfortunately for her, it rather backfired. Now, our next speaker has been an MP since 2014. He served as Housing Secretary between 2019 and 2021 and was one of the most successful of recent times. He later served as an immigration minister, where he took a very principled stand and resigned over the failures of the last Tory government. He is now Reform UK's Shadow Chancellor. Before we meet him, let's remind ourselves of his journey to Reform UK.
You know, everyone's handing phones around. Kemi Badenoch basically announcing that she is sacking Robert Jenrick from the front bench. And we noticed that Nigel Farage's aide has kind of gone up to the table and is whispering something. Absolute bombshell. And we watched Nigel Farage find out this news in real time.
So let's get cracking. James Cook, BBC.
Robert Jenrick has just been sacked by Kemi Badenoch because she said there was clear evidence he was plotting to defect. Was he in talks with you to defect to Reform?
I'm very surprised that this news is broken.
Are you, though?
Well, I never reveal private conversations with anybody. No, but have we had conversations? Yes.
So he was considering leaving the Conservatives and joining Reform UK?
I think virtually every Conservative's considering leaving the Conservatives, yes. There we are, breaking news. It's all happening, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be a busy old day. That was a press conference making Malcolm off the leader of Reform UK Scotland. And then right at the minute I go on stage, Kemi kicks Robert Jenrick out of the party because she finds a speech and she knows I'm doing a press conference at 4:30 this afternoon. I've been in talks with Robert and many other people. I haven't signed a document or anything like that. So she's forced him out of the party. She's probably forced him towards us. He'll probably join us today now. We'll see. I was going off to do a press conference about launching judicial review over the cancelled elections that are coming up, but events have rather overtaken us as Kemi Badenoch has got wind that Jenrick's been talking to me, expelled him from the party. Well, I was in talks with him. He may well have joined, but it was far from certain. Now she's basically given him to us. So we're off now to probably one of the biggest press conferences that we've ever done. And this could be quite a moment. Tell you what, the day's barely begun.
Fancy meeting you.
This is not how we do things, however.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Nigel. It's time for the truth.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Robert Jenrick, Member of Parliament.
Well, good evening, Suffolk, and what a great pleasure it is to be here tonight. Now, I think we've got full capacity in this hall, 900 people, so welcome. 1,300 people actually turned up. That is the last time we're going to ask Rachel Reeves to run the numbers for us. Rachel from accounts, she's almost as bad at numbers as Diane Abbott. But don't worry, it could be worse. We could have David Lammy as our Chancellor. In politics, there's lots of ups and downs. Whenever I'm feeling low, I go onto YouTube and I watch that video of David Lammy's appearance on Celebrity Mastermind. Has anybody seen that? Yes. David Lammy, Celebrity Mastermind. That is an offence under the Trade Descriptions Act. I love those questions he was asked. Do you remember them? Which blue cheese is best paired with port? What did he say? Red Leicester. It gets worse than that. The second question, which famous Marie won the Nobel Prize for Science? Marie Antoinette. And the absolute pièce de la résistance, which English monarch succeeded Henry VIII? In an instant, he said, Henry VII. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that man is now the Justice Secretary, the Lord Chancellor, and the Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I can honestly say that this is the worst government in my lifetime. And that is why it matters that at the next general election, whenever that comes, that Reform wins, that we kick out this failing government, Keir Starmer, Angela Rayner, Ed Miliband, Andy Burnham, whoever is our Prime Minister at that time, and that we bring real change to Suffolk, to every single part of this country, and we put our great, beautiful country back on the path to prosperity and success for generations to come. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I chose to join this party. To not just sit on the sidelines, but to be a part of the most exciting, the most energetic movement for change our country has known in my lifetime. You probably have to go back to the early 20th century to find another moment of change like this, where the old party system was obviously broken and was changing, and where a new force in politics had emerged, which gave people the chance to vote for something different and actually bring about the change that our country was crying out for. And that is what Reform is all about. So tonight, I'm actually bringing you a message of hope, that change is possible, that our great country can be set on the right path at long last. But let me begin by saying a little bit about the events that we've seen in the last 24 hours. Because we heard overnight something very, very concerning and shocking, that 3 ambulances had been set ablaze in Golders Green in the middle of the night. Ambulances run by a voluntary Jewish charity that provides emergency care, not just to Jewish people, but to everyone in their community. Now, counter-terrorism police are investigating, but it looks very much like a terrorist attack. An attack aimed at intimidating every Jew in Britain, and an attack on our free society. And if so, it sadly won't be a one-off, will it? Last October, you'll remember 2 were murdered in the terrorist attack on the synagogue in Manchester. MI5 have stopped 19 late-stage terrorist plots since COVID alone, many inspired by radical Islam, many backed by Iran, frankly. And it's high time that we confront this. Let's be very clear. Over the last 2 decades, we've seen an undeniable, inexorable rise in Islamism in Britain, a radical and intolerant form of Islam. Sharia courts, hate preachers, anti-Semitism on the streets. Yes, the terrorism and violence is mostly conducted by lone wolves or small groups, but it's connected to this wider trend. And this Islamism has grown and is growing. Why? Because far too often our leaders have chosen to appease it. They've been spineless. Well, let me tell you something. Reform, Nigel Farage, Zia Yusuf, our brilliant shadow Home Secretary, will never, ever appease this radical Islamism. We will root it out. Keir Starmer, he has a different approach. Just look at how he handled this iftar event in Trafalgar Square. I don't know if any of you heard about this. Shameful, appalling. You've got a problem with Muslims. You're a racist. That's what he and his party have said about everyone who's criticized this event. But do you know who organized it? A man called Omar Salah. Let me tell you about this man. He's a man who supported an extreme group called UK Cage. One of the key figures in this organization, called Jihadi John, a beautiful young man. He also attended events organized by Hamas supporters. In 2021, Starmer pulled out of an iftar because he heard that Salah was set to be there. So let's get this straight. Starmer says it's utterly appalling and racist and shameful to criticize an event organized by a man who just a few years ago he wouldn't even be in the same room as. What a hypocrite. What a hypocrite. Honestly, there is a weather vane on my house in Newark with more fixity of purpose than that man. But sadly, Starmer's appeasement of Islamists is all too representative of how the old parties have all too often cowed to radical Islam over the past few decades. Let me tell you this. When Reform win the next general election, with your help, when Nigel Farage is our Prime Minister and Zia Yusuf is our Home Secretary, no more. Radical extreme Islamism will be excised from Britain. Hate preachers will be deported. Sharia courts will be outlawed. Mosques fomenting terrorism will be closed. The Muslim Brotherhood will be banned. The IRGC will be proscribed. A Reform government will have the courage and the backbone to do what no prior government has done before, including my own former party, to protect our culture and our country. And ladies and gentlemen, a Reform government won't just protect our culture, important though that is. We will fix our broken economy. We will cut your sky-high energy bills. Do you know, we've paid the Norwegians over £100 billion for gas since 2021. And where has that gas been drilled from? The North Sea. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the same North Sea that Ed Miliband has banned us from drilling in the British part of. Reform will end this madness. We will drill, 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 and we will keep your bills down. In fact, we'll cut them immediately by scrapping the VAT on your bills. Get rid of the heating tax. We'll get rid of the green levies and the taxes that Miliband has loaded onto them by stealth. In my first budget, as Chancellor of a reform government, I will take £200 off your energy bills. And we'll also cut fuel duty. I don't know if you saw Nigel and I at a petrol station in Derbyshire the other day. Nigel made me get up a ladder, and I was like Carol Vorderman. Well, a reform version of Carol Vorderman. I don't think she would have come along. She's not joined Reform just yet. And we changed the prices, we lowered them. Well, let me say this. Every petrol station across Britain will be like that when Reform wins, because we will reverse Rachel Reeves' ridiculous fuel duty rise and make it cheaper for each and every one of you to fill up at the pumps. And we'll also cut your taxes, both on your income and for all your businesses. You know, all the small business owners in this hall, you know that taxes are far too high right now. Before the election, Reeves said she would raise taxes by £6 billion. What does she do? She's raised them by £67 billion. And they're probably going to keep going up, aren't they? We will bring taxes down. We'll get our economy growing again. How? Well, it's not rocket science. We'll cut the tens and tens of billions the government is wasting every single year on migrant hotels, like the Novotel in Ipswich. Do you remember that? I bet there are many people in this room who couldn't afford to stay at the Novotel in Ipswich, and yet it was requisitioned to provide full board for those who'd broken into our country. Well, as a minister, I closed it, but it should never have been opened in the first place. It was completely wrong. We'll stop the boats. We'll leave the European Convention on Human Rights, and we will end this farce once and for all. We'll stop the billions that are being poured into foreign aid for rich countries. We'll save tens of billions on welfare for migrants. And Ed Miliband's mad net zero schemes? Gone. 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 Why should Steve the plumber from Ipswich have to pay more in taxes so Ed Miliband can give Tarquin a new heat pump or subsidise his electric car? Again, we'll end the madness. We'll cut the waste. We'll cut your taxes. We'll cut your bills. That is what a reform government offers. We'll get businesses here in Suffolk and across the nation growing again, hiring again, thriving again. Oh, and the farmers in this room? Are there any farmers here tonight? A few of you. Well, we will get rid of Rachel Reeves's cruel family farms tax in full. The war on the countryside is over. We will make Britain prosperous and proud once more. Look, I joined the Conservative Party when I was 16 years of age. Over time, it lost its way. So like millions of people across Britain, and I expect thousands, tens of thousands of people across Suffolk, you feel like I feel that we didn't just leave it, it left us. It let us down. It let you down. I concluded that it can't and it won't deliver what Britain really needs right now. And that was painful. It's tough to put party loyalty the way you've always voted to one side and come to a different conclusion. because reform will fix our country. Everyone in this party. Everyone in this party, from Nigel down, has the energy, the conviction and the passion to turn our country around. And people across Britain sense it. That's why something historic has happened, is happening. It's why a quiet revolution is underway. People are speaking up in the pubs, in the offices, on the building sites, in the front rooms, even in the bedrooms, in the north, in the south, in Scotland, in Wales, everywhere that we go. People have had enough. People want their country back. And boy, are they going to get it. I'll end with this. Suffolk has had many MPs of all political persuasions, mostly Conservatives, over the years. Let me let you into a secret. They are trembling in the oak-panelled tea rooms of Westminster. They know that the gig is up. The gravy train is coming to an end. They see that people across Suffolk are turning to the person who, when both parties were going crazy, was the voice of common sense, Nigel Farage. Nigel has backed the change that we need for decades, and now that change is within our grasp. So, if you want to stop the boats, vote reform. If you want to end mass migration, vote reform. Cut your taxes, vote reform. Get an NHS that actually works, vote reform. Have a government that will protect our culture, not shred it, respects our history, not trashes it, vote reform. They will police the streets, not just your tweets, and tackle Islamism, not appease it, vote reform. But to secure this future, to secure this bright future, we've got to fight for it. We've got to fight with all we've got. And you, ladies and gentlemen, have got to vote for it. So please, go out of this hall tonight. Spread the word to your friends, your family, your neighbours. Tell them that change is coming. Tell them that reform will turn our country around. Tell them that there is one man in Britain who will provide the strong leadership that our country needs, and that he is Nigel Farage. And tell them to use their precious vote, a vote that you would not have if Nigel hadn't taken Keir Starmer and this Labour government to court and fought for it himself. Tell them to vote reform on May the 7th and to begin in Suffolk to turn our country around and set us on a path for prosperity, for pride, and for a bright future again. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Robert, thank you very much indeed. Well, that brings us nicely to our final speaker. Who could that possibly be, I wonder? Well, he's a man not afraid of a political fight. He took on Nat West and he won. He took on YouGov and he won. And at the next election, ladies and gentlemen, he will take on the establishment and he will win. And soon, he will make history when he becomes the next British Prime Minister. Let's see him in action.
We are all ships rising on a turquoise tide, headed towards winning the next general election. This government is deep in crisis. They are not fit to govern. The Conservative Party are riven. There is a new, strong, unified party, the party that stands up for decent working people, and we are the party on the rise. The energy has been unbelievable. The enthusiasm has been extraordinary. You are the people's army.
Reform is now in government. And the big shout-out message, and it's very, very clear, is if you vote reform, you get reform. And when it comes to country, of what a nation is, this is where I do personally want to confront the Prime Minister head on.
No one cares more about the state of this country than I do.
There is nobody more determined than me.
But I tell you what, folks, that was just the beginning. Thank you very much indeed. Good evening, Suffolk! There is only one reason that we are gathered here tonight. Only one reason why people in Suffolk will have a vote on May the 7th. Just think about it. Just think about it. Last year, the Conservative-led Suffolk County Council had reached the end of their 4-year term. They were up for election. But what happened? Under the guise of local government reorganisation and in connivance with the Labour government, you were denied your vote last year, and they all kept their jobs and they all kept their positions, and I thought it was monstrous. But we were assured by people like Angela Rayner, I know, that it would just be for 1 year. And so 2026 comes in, and again, under the guise of local government reorganisation, the Labour government says, if you want to cancel the elections again, you can. And for a second year in a row, the Suffolk Conservatives behave like weasels and attempted to deny you and nearly 5 million other people of that vote. And I thought, this is monstrous. You're paying council tax. There should be no taxation without representation. We went to law, we won the right to go to judicial review, and we won! And you have your vote. You have your vote. And I think that will give us in this county and others a massive advantage on May the 7th, because we have stood up alone for the democratic rights of the British people, something that those that went before us at massive cost in 2 world wars fought for that right for us to have as British citizens. And I'm proud that we've won this, and I'm proud that you have your vote on May the 7th here in Suffolk. Now that clearly has resonated because, as you know, we had a rather delayed start to the evening. Because 300 people could not get into the room. But rather than leave them out in the cold, we put them in an overflow room, and I've given one speech tonight to all of them already. And now it's your turn. our country is in very, very deep trouble. Britain is broken, and our politicians, above all, of both parties, have broken it. We are in economic decline. We are in societal decline. We've even forgotten who we are, what we stood for, what was built over centuries and defended at great cost. We've even lost sight of the fact that our entire civilization is built on Judeo-Christian principles. And whilst we are, of course, tolerant of other points of view and other religions, we do so on the basis that they maintain their private observance but don't interfere or try to override our way of life. And that is now happening in Britain. And we are the one party, we're the one party with the guts and the backbone. We will stand up and defend English and British culture. We will defend our way of life, defend our history, defend our traditions, and bow down to no one. At 1:40 this morning in North London, a terror cell was activated. It planted bombs under those 4 ambulances, funded by the Jewish community, but there for the use of everybody in North London. The group that has claimed responsibility have also committed terrorist outrages in Belgium, the Netherlands, and in Greece. They are directly under the control of the Iranian IRGC, the same IRGC that has fired rockets at British territory in Diego Garcia, the same IRGC that has fired rockets at a British sovereign base in Cyprus. And yet, for month after month, I urge the Prime Minister to proscribe the IRGC as a terrorist organisation. Even the weak European Union, not my favourite people necessarily, and I'm not theirs either, believe you me, but even the weak European Union have proscribed them as a banned and terrorist organisation. And yet, the British government says, when it's asked questions on this, that they can't do it without legislation. A British Prime Minister telling us that without legislation, he cannot stand up and defend the safety of our nation from terrorism. This is cowardice in the extreme from the least patriotic Prime Minister this country has ever had, and it is deeply, deeply shameful. And if that wasn't bad enough, another 200 young men crossed the English Channel today. Many of them would have been from Iran or Afghanistan. We have no idea of the identities of these people. We know that too many of them pose a direct and serious threat to young girls and women in our country. But I also suspect that future terrorists are coming into Britain via the English Channel. This should be a national security emergency, given that a terror group is already in Britain. And yet our gutless Prime Minister does nothing. They won't even prescribe the Muslim Brotherhood, who most sensible Arab Muslim nations ban. We are being led by a Labour Party that is now terrified of an extreme Islamist vote that has built up in our cities. A vote of people who wish to fundamentally change everything about our country. And rather than bowing down to this group of people, he should be standing up and saying, we will stamp out terrorism. We will insist that the law is applied equally to everybody in this country, and those that live here and take benefits at a minimum learn our language. That is what he should be doing. But of course, who is it that let all these people in? Was it Labour? No, it was the Conservatives. And of the last 3 million that came as part of the Boris wave, only 20% came on work permits. Many of the rest will be a massive financial burden to this country for years to come. Now look, all of us in this room have friends that have come from other parts of the world. We've always been open to the world. We had the biggest empire the world had ever seen, a large commonwealth. We get these relationships, but immigration ought to be controlled, and illegal immigration has to be dealt with, and the way we do it is by leaving the European Convention on Human Rights. Taking back control of our borders and re-establishing the trust of voters in this country who have been lied to for election after election. And the same idiocy applies to energy. Robert talked about it a moment ago. We could be self-sufficient in oil and gas. We could be an exporter of oil and gas. And whatever your views on climate, everyone accepts we will need oil and gas for decades to come. And what we've done is we've given this country the most expensive industrial energy prices in the world, which means steel is going overseas, refining going overseas, chemicals production going overseas, plastic manufacture going overseas, vital strategic industries, millions of jobs going overseas to achieve literally nothing, because the goods are made somewhere else and then exported back to our country. If we produced our own oil, produced our own gas, we not only would be self-sufficient, not only have higher tax revenues, not only produce tens of thousands of well-paid jobs, but we would all, on our domestic bills and industrial bills, have lower energy prices. And yet, they've all lost their way. Boris, remember him? We're going to be the Saudi Arabia of wind. And now we've got Red Ed Miliband, God help us, who believes that somehow he's saving the world. When we produce less than 1% of global CO2 emissions, all we're doing is exporting the output of CO2. We're not saving the planet, we're disadvantaging our own country, and we will bring back common sense, we will bring back energy production, we will reindustrialize this country and make us self-sufficient in the process. Which brings me neatly to Suffolk, where the largest solar farm in the country is proposed in West Suffolk on good agricultural land. Chinese-made panels, incapable of being recycled, biodiversity deserts, and as you might have noticed, the sun doesn't shine in Suffolk as much as it does in some other parts of the world. And we think these policies are absolute madness. Now, I first realised what a problem Suffolk had at the time of the referendum. In those days, they were all Tory constituencies. And every Tory MP in the referendum voted Remain. And every Suffolk constituency voted Leave. And I realised then the Conservative Party was losing connection with its base in traditional, lovely counties like this. And that is why it's so monstrous that having had all of these county councillors, that they tried to deny you 2 years in a row your elections. Well, I'm pleased to say that the Conservative Party is on the wane in this county. The Labour Party may have done well here in the last general election, but I don't think Sir Keir's going to do very well in Suffolk on the 7th of May. The Greens... Just dye your hair pink, you'll be fine. Owen, give up your job and do nothing. That'll work, won't it? Smoke dope all day, that'll do it. The Greens will not make big gains here. We have every opportunity, and we've been thrilled that people have joined us, that we've won by-elections, and I've got one more person tonight joining us to help fight this campaign. Councillor Michael Holt is the leader of the Conservative group on Baber Council, and in about 30 seconds he's going to defect and join Reform, and I welcome him to the stage. You got a hero's welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Nigel, and good evening to everyone here. It's a pleasure to be here in your company and to now be representing Reform UK. This is a decision I have not taken lightly. But I'm clear about this, I have not changed. My values remained consistent. It is the Conservative Party that has moved away from them. I'm grateful for the opportunities I've had and been given over the past 12 years of serving on Baby District Council, including my time as group leader. However, gratitude cannot come at the expense of principle. The decision by the Conservatives on Suffolk County Council to ask the government to cancel its elections this May was entirely unacceptable. Even more concerning was the weak and indecisive response from the Conservative leadership. This should never have been allowed to happen, and it speaks to a wider failure of direction and accountability that I simply could not be part of any longer. For some time now, I have seen a growing disconnect between the Conservative Party and the people we were elected to represent. On the doorstep, residents are clear. They feel ignored on the issues that matter most, whether that is the cost of living, net zero policies, immigration, local decision-making, or the strength of our economy. I can no longer, in good conscience, represent a party that is simply not listening. I believe Reform UK offers a clearer, more honest approach to these challenges, one that better reflects the concerns I hear every day from my residents. My priority has always been and will remain the people of my ward. Joining Reform UK allows me to continue representing them with clarity, honesty and conviction. My party affiliation will change. My commitment to residents will not. I will continue to work constructively with colleagues across this council, which is Baber, but I will also speak plainly, stand firmly for my principles and put residents first. I'm excited to start this new journey with Reform UK and look forward to meeting all of you on the campaign trail as we get ready to win Suffolk in May. Thank you. Thank you, Nigel.
Thank you, Councillor Holt. Did you hear that? He said, as we get ready to win Suffolk in May. Is he right? I came out of retirement 20 months ago, political retirement. I moved on after Brexit, which I'd fought for 27 years, which could have been executed rather better. And I moved on to GB News. That was a good reaction. How many fans of the BBC here? No, funny that. And I was doing GB News, and I was writing, and I was lecturing, and I just turned 60, become a grandfather, and all of those things. But I came back into the political fray because I genuinely fear for the direction and the future of our country. And you know, increasingly, as I go around the country and travel, people say to me, Nigel, you offer the last hope we've got to get this country back on track. So I want to end tonight by saying this to you. And I said this to the previous event as well. 2 in one night, who would have imagined it? If you've come along tonight, and I know the vast majority of you are not part of our organisation, you've never been to any events we've done before, but if you're convinced by what you've heard tonight, I want you to search deep inside yourselves to ask, what little bit can I do to help this cause? What little bit can I do to help turn around this country from the current terrible, disastrous direction and mess that it's going in? And everybody can do something. You can join us. You can give us money. You can volunteer to stand in the years to come. You can deliver leaflets. You can make phone calls. You can talk to your friends, your family, your social circle. Goodness knows, I've been touring pubs for 30 years doing this. But you can all do something. And I tell you this, if the silent majority for common sense, decency and patriotism is there in this country, as I believe it is, if the silent majority all are prepared to speak, we will win. We will turn this around. So let me ask you, if you're prepared to do your bit, stand up now. If you're prepared to help me in whatever way you can, stand up now. If you're prepared to make some sacrifice of some kind, stand up now. It's like a Billy Graham event. Thank you very much indeed. That concludes our evening. Thank you for coming in such amazing numbers this evening. You are great people. I've loved every minute of it. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much.